presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
It is a beautiful day as the fans make their way over on the bridge to play day baseball today from Petco Park in San Diego. Rockies and Padres in the finale of this three-game series. Well, the Padres will be trying to quiet Ian Desmond, who's been on fire in the first two games of the series. 3 for 5 with a couple of home runs here last night in Game 2 of the series. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo along with Mark Grant. Welcome to Padres baseball and the finale of this series. Today, Luis Perdomo is on the mound today for the Padres, and he's looking to go a little deeper into games.
You know what I'd like to see? Get into the 7th, maybe the 8th. How do you do that? Economical early on. He likes to throw the sinker. But there's one thing for sure, and the numbers don't lie. When you look at Luis Perdomo this season, 1 through 5, the innings that is, look at the ERA, look at the opponent's batting average, the whip, fewer than a runner an inning. But 6+, he needs to make an adjustment. It's plain and simple. He needs to make better pitches, maybe not fall into a pattern. I'm not saying he's fallen into a pattern, but locate the slider more, maybe throw more off-speed stuff for strikes. But Luis Perdomo needs to go deep in this game, and hopefully the Padres can win this series against the Rockies.
Ian Desmond in spring training broke his hand, took him a while to get back. He is back and wreaking havoc in this series.
Talk about being back. Bad hand, my eye. Ian Desmond is swinging the bat extremely well. And you know the one thing I look from a pitcher's standpoint? The way that he looks at the plate, he's just so quiet, calm. His head is still. He uses the whole field. He can turn on a fastball. He wreaked havoc against Jared Weaver the other day on that breaking ball. He stayed back just enough, but he feels good. Bud Black can also put him in different positions too. I think that's the value that Ian Desmond carries with this Colorado Rocky team. They got a good lineup. They're not even clicking on all cylinders, so hopefully they can keep Ian Desmond along with the rest of those guys quiet today.
A chance today for the Padres to win the series. Luis Perdomo will see if he can progress. We'll hear from his manager, expanding on his arsenal next on Fox Sports San Diego. Petco presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Jerome's, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. By Petco, your complete pet store with all the services you need. And by Subaru, the all-new 2017 Subaru Impreza. Subaru, symmetrical all-wheel drive plus 28 miles per gallon. More than a car, it's a Subaru. Day baseball from Petco Park in San Diego. Before we get it started, let's send it down to the field and Bob Scanlon.
Hey, thanks, Don. You know, as Mark was talking about earlier, they'd love to see Luis Perdomo go deeper into the ball games. One of the reasons he can do that, he's not just a fastball slider pitcher. He also has a changeup as well. Here's what Andy Green had to say about his third pitch.
It's there. I think he's thrown it obviously a small percentage of the time relative to the other two pitches. The slider's been exponentially better this year than it was last year. I still don't feel like he's found his sinker like he had at the end of last season. But the changeup's got kind of a similar two-seam run and sink action to it that his fastball does. And to take the next step as a pitcher, needs to be a three-pitch mix more consistently. But for me, number one priority is like the sinker, getting down in the zone, not running laterally, and just getting more sink in general.
So the changeup, a part of the arsenal. It's still a work in progress. He's thrown fewer this year than he did last year, but part of that is because the slider has become that much better. Andy mentioned in Perdomo's last outing, his best of the season, the sinker was there, but more importantly, the slider, which was just a show-me pitch in some of his other outings, actually became a weapon. Hopefully that continues, and the changeup will come along as well. Coming up next, the rubber match. Luis Perdomo looking for his first win. The Padres looking for their second series win. Padres Rockies. Coming up next, right here on Fox Sports San Diego.
Swing and a miss. Bauer struck him out. The Padres win. And Desmond sends one deep to left, and that ball is gone. Well, each team has taken a game so far, and we're ready for game 3. Great conditions today. Time for our weather report brought to you by your always sunny San Diego Honda dealers. 71 degrees, 71 spectacular degrees with nothing but blue skies above. 10 miles an hour from the west, the light breeze. Don Orsillo, Mark Grant, and Bob Scanlon with you from Petco Park in San Diego as the Padres and Rockies wrap up this 3-game series. As the Padres would continue the homestand over the weekend and early next week. The first team in here is the Rockies and Bud Black coming back here, where he was, of course, the former manager of the Padres. And a look at his starting lineup today. Charlie Blackmon had a big game last night. He's in center field and leading off again today with DJ LeMahieu at second base. Nolan Arenado at third base bats third, with Carlos Gonzalez in right field. Ian Desmond, who had a huge game last night, is in left field. Mark Reynolds at first base. Alexi Amarista at shortstop. Ryan Hannigan does the catching with Kyle Freeland, the pitcher, batting out of the 9th spot. And on the mound today for the Padres, making his 4th start, is Luis Perdomo.
Well, what a beautiful day for Luis Perdomo to get a win. 23-year-old making his 4th start. The slider is the weapon. Andy Green, Bob Scanlon talked about that. Use the grass. We talk about percentages, almost 67% ground balls for Luis Perdomo when the ball is put in play. And strike one with the breaking ball. Maybe the second time around. We'll keep an eye on that. Off-speed stuff for strikes second time around.
Well, defensively behind Perdomo, the Padres defense is brought to you by the Lincoln Motor Company. Left to right in the outfield, it's Jabari Blash getting the start in left with Manuel Margot in center. Hunter Renfroe around in right with Ryan Schimpf at third base. Eric Ibar at short. Got Herbis Solarte at second. Will Myers at first. And Austin Hedges doing the catching for Luis Perdomo. Tough night defensively last night for the Padres. Looking to bounce back here today, and very quick turnaround here for the Padres, playing a night game followed by an early day game today.
Let's face it, teams have ugly games. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. It's how you eliminate those and have very few as opposed to back-to-back or maybe 2 or 3 a week. But, you know, this is a team, I'm talking about the Rockies now, talking to Bud Black. He said, you know, we're not even clicking on all cylinders yet, so hopefully Luis Perdomo can silence these Rockies bats and take 2 out of 3 from these Rockies.
Well, Charlie Blackmon about to lead it off here for the Rockies in game 3 of the series. He's a guy that really sets the table for the Rockies, and as you mentioned last night, certainly not your typical leadoff hitter, as he's a guy that hits for power, hits for average. Starting the day hitting at .302, has 7 home runs and 25 runs batted in. We'll crank this one foul to our left. Perdomo trying to get a little deeper into each of his outings now as it's further along during the season. His longest outing so far has been 6 innings. That was last time out at San Francisco. A little hitch in the delivery there, a little delay, and Blackmon fouled it back. He's still looking for his first decision of the year. 5 1/3 in the first outing. 5 innings, then 6 last time out. That'll bounce in, and even the count at 2-2.
You know how many announcers have come up to me since playing the Padres and seeing Perdomo pitch, Don? And these are the exact words. How does Luis Perdomo have a 4.96 ERA after seeing his stuff, right? Just goes to show you how tough it is to pitch at this level in a consistency. I mean, you get the stuff up, you know, you get in hitter counts, you got to make pitches, and you don't do that, it's going to happen.
Blackmon turns on this, but is out ahead, fouling it down the right field line. Third career start for him against the Rockies. Had some tough numbers against this good Rockies lineup. He is 0-2 with an 8.18 earned run average. And that is strike 3. Picks up the outside corner. Good start for Luis Perdomo.
Two-seam running fastball away.
Let's take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Plain and simple, folks. Clean up the D and avoid the big inning. Last night, Padres were throwing the ball around, 3 miscues, and the Rockies had 4 in the first. They had 3 in the fourth. They had 3 in the fifth. But you know what's great about baseball? It's the next day, you're back out there, and you can turn the page.
A totally clean slate here today, as the Padres have a chance to win the series, and it's all about winning series. DJ LeMahieu, 262 with a home run, 8 runs batted in. Of course, the batting title last year, and this is just out of the reach of Myers, down to the right field corner. Renfroe spins quickly, and he'll hold LeMahieu to a 1-out single.
Did you see that P-Rod Hunter Renfroe threw to second base?
Got a great arm.
Hunter Renfroe gets to this ball very quickly as LeMahieu inside outs that one. He might be thinking too if he sees a little bit of a bobble, but Hunter Renfroe gets this one. He'll spin towards his glove hand side there, spin and let her rip. Look at this on the fly, a strike to second base.
LeMahieu remains at first with one out, and Nolan Arenado standing in. He'll take strike one. Teetering around 300 all year, and today starts the day at 299. 7 home runs, 19 runs batted in, and he's played in every game so far for the Rockies and for Bud Black in 2017. Shoots it foul off to the right, and he's down 0-2. Arenado had a home run off Luis Perdomo last year. And look at that shot to left field towards the Western Metal Supply Company building and into the second tier of it.
That was a hanging breaking ball. I think any hitter, you serve one up right down the middle like that, it speeds up their bat. They've got a good chance to elevate it and put it out of the ballpark. It's all about adjustments.
It was one of the 41 home runs he hit last year. 133 runs batted in. Badly fooled on that pitch, and he strikes out. You can get him out on pitches away like that. He will chase, and he did. Second strikeout for Perdomo.
And I believe we just witnessed our first uno dos adios via the slider to Arenado, and he goes down swinging. He will chase. Don, you made the point. We saw it in Colorado. This Padre pitching staff pitches him so well. Very nice.
2 down here in the inning. LeMahieu at first base, held on by Myers, and brings up Carlos Gonzalez. Slow start for the right fielder for the Rockies. Padres shifting on him on the right side, and that'll pick up the outside corner. Perdomo can get that call all day. With Clint Fagan behind the plate, he can go out there a lot. They are shifting largely because of the numbers always, and the numbers bear out. This guy will pull the majority of the time and then some.
Likes right center field, and look at when you look at Hunter Renfroe, he is on that little slice of pie that we just saw out there.
Perdomo staying away so far of Gonzalez. Deep in the box on the left side, that back left foot on the line for Carlos Gonzalez. Bounce in, nicely blocked by Hedges. Gonzalez last year, 25 home runs, 100 RBIs, and he hit at .398. It's a guy who is a career Major League .291 hitter. And so far this year, in the first 29 games of the year, hitting at .206. So not where he is used to being. Toss over, and LeMahieu back to the bag, head first slide.
And when hitters are struggling, they'll chase early, they'll chase late. We saw that last night. Jared Weaver went up the ladder with a fastball, and Gonzalez went down swinging. That was in the first inning. High heater right here.
Starting to stop at first, throw to first, and Myers able to gather it on a throw that was in the dirt by Hedges. A good throw, and they might have had a chance because LeMahieu had a huge secondary lead.
The word's getting around the league. If Austin Hedges is behind the plate and you're on base, you better not take that big of a secondary lead, because he will throw behind you, and you're right, Don. I think a good throw gets him.
Hedges likes using that hitter kind of as a shield there, kind of a screen. On the ground by the mound, but right towards Schimpf, the third baseman on the right side of the infield with the shift. Padres are coming up from Petco. Scoreless game as we head to the bottom of the first inning on a beautiful day at Petco Park in San Diego as we play day baseball. Check out the Padres starting lineup brought to you by your San Diego County Toyota dealers. Well, Manuel Margot at the top of that order for Andy Green, and in center field, Eric Ibar at shortstop. Will Myers at first base with Jan Hervis Solarte at second base. Hunter Renfroe in right with Ryan Schimpf at third base. Austin Hedges does the catching with Jabari Blash getting a start in left field. And batting eighth, and Luis Perdomo out of the ninth spot. That's ninth. Kyle Freeland's on the mound today for the Rockies, trying to get his fourth win of the year.
23-year-old making his sixth start. We saw him in his native town of Denver when the Padres were up there. He throws all pitches, and he's a ground ball specialist. So if Perdomo and Freeland are on their game, these infielders and that grass is going to get a workout this afternoon.
Line to right, but Carlos Gonzalez is right in the right spot out there in right field. So Margot hitting it right on the button, but he is out number one. Now defensively for the Rockies, left to right across the outfield, Ian Desmond, Charlie Blackmon, Carlos Gonzalez, third to first, Nolan Arenado, Alexei Amarista, DJ LeMahieu, and Mark Reynolds making his first start of the series, and Ryan Hannigan, the veteran catcher, just called up from AAA yesterday. Catches the day game after the night game, and his first start since September of last year. Spent the last couple of years with the Red Sox. Ground ball to third. Arenado on the run and in time to get Ibar. There's he, a good third baseman that time. Kind of a do-or-die play, barehanded. He makes it with ease.
Unless you've got blazing speed down the first base line, chances are Arenado's going to make the play. And once again, it goes back to yesterday. We talked about it. Being in the division and seeing him all the time. Look at how he caught that ball. He caught it on his palm and then made the transition to the two-finger grip, and yet getting enough on it. Look at the. Actually, you know what? He kind of had that third finger around it, almost like a change-up grip. But anyway, look at the accuracy throwing on the run. We get desensitized seeing him in the division quite a bit.
Two down here in the first inning, and Will Myers standing in. There's really two guys that opened my eyes here in the brief year plus that I've been here. And Arenado is at the top of that list, but Paul Goldschmidt is not far behind as far as players that really don't get as much publicity as they should.
That's a good call. He's very good over at first base for the Snakes.
Myers will take the strike.
Is that the East Coast bias coming into play?
No, I think it's probably the time as far as when the games are played across the Eastern time zone.
Right.
I mean, obviously Mike Trout. I mean, he gets certainly a lot of
Sure.
pub, but I mean, he's a tremendous player. I mean, MVP every year possibly.
You know, I just noticed about Ryan Hannigan behind the plate. How do his knees take the way he gets down in that crouch? I mean, his ankles are so far spread out once he gets set up. You know, he's given the sign up, but watch the end result when his ankles, his feet are outside his hips when it's all said and done. After giving the sign. Look at that. I mean, my knees are aching just looking at him. Are the knees made to bend that way?
Apparently his are. He's comfortable.
Looks like Hannigan does a fine job of trying to frame pitches as well. They got that last call. Have to keep an eye on that as well this afternoon.
On the ground down the third baseline, foul. And Myers fractured his bat. I think, no, maybe not.
Well, last night, Nolan Arenado made some good plays as well. Coming in, we've seen that. We've seen him make plays like this as well. That's great concentration, having to deal with the fans. And the bare hand plays like, okay, next hitter.
Already got one of those today. And in the inning is Myers. The cut there almost sent him down. Go lined out to right. Ibar grounded out to third base, and you got a couple pitchers today in Freeland and Perdomo who are expected to get a lot of ground ball outs. Both sinker ball types.
Yeah, you can't get much closer as far as the percentages.
On the ground again, and a pick off to the side by Arenado, and he gets Myers. Pretty good defensive clinic turned in by Arenado in the inning. The Padres are down in order. Done with one without a score from Petco Park. Makes it look easy. Rockies after the fractured hand last night. Tremendous night for him. His first 2 home runs in a Rockies uniform, and unfortunately came against the Padres. And Jared Weaver was part of last night's victory for Colorado, and he is very much back, very much healthy, and Bud Black glad to have him in his lineup for the Rockies. Signed a long-term deal. Back in left field for the second time. This is the 4th start he's made. 2 at first base and now 2 in left field. And off to the great start. Mark Reynolds back in the lineup today for the Rockies. Gets a start at first base, and it's a tough thing for Bud Black trying to find a spot for him because he had Parra playing well in left, he had Reynolds playing well at first, and Desmond's back and he's got to play.
Contract plays, right?
Absolutely.
Got to stick him in there somewhere.
It's a good problem to have, I guess. When you have that much depth. The Rockies with a victory last night. Top spot in the National League West right now. Perdomo can't get it. Either can Schimpf, coming from third. And Desmond aboard with a base hit. Second hit so far for the Rockies, and a leadoff hit here in the second inning.
Boy, when you're swinging the bat well and things are going your way in the short time that Desmond has been back off the DL, you get those little infield hits. Now this one, it kind of looks like it hits the forefinger, index finger I should say, and in between the thumb of Ryan Schimpf. Cannot come up with the handle.
So runner at first to begin things here in the second inning, and it brings up Mark Reynolds. His 8th home run of the year this past Saturday. A shift on him on the left side of the infield. He grounds through that left side, through the shift and by Ibar. And Reynolds aboard at first base. Desmond will take second. First 2 have reached here on balls not hit all that hard for the Rockies, but in a results-based business, they're getting on.
It's frustrating for a pitcher. You make your pitch, and we talked about the percentages. Freeland, balls in play, ground balls 63.3, Perdomo 66%. So some of them are going to find the holes. That's just frustrating. That had double play written all over it. Just couldn't find a glove.
So 2 on, nobody out, and Alexi Amarista getting some playing time for Bud Black all of a sudden. Trevor Story started the first game of the series, but Amarista in there. Game 2, game 3, and the former Padre batting with 2 on. Maurice to play the infield and the outfield during spring training, as he did with the Padres. Already has a home run. 5 runs batted in. It's a pinch hit home run on Saturday that he hit. Snapped a streak of 251 at bats without a home run, and fouls this one back to the screen.
I think Austin got that one off the glove hand somehow. Maybe the thumb.
He's in there catching the day game after the night game.
Oh, off the wrist.
Two on, nobody out. Marista protecting the plate there, fouls it back to the screen.
There's that changeup we're talking about. I think he needs to utilize that more in certain situations, and fastball counts.
Marista's played right field, left field, second base, shortstop so far this year for Bud Black. Moved all over. Sprays it foul off to the left, out of play. And 3 hits so far off Perdomo. A single with 1 out by DJ LeMahieu in the first inning, and then back-to-back base hits in the second inning. Perdomo's had to work out of the stretch quite a bit here to begin the afternoon. On the ground up the middle into center field, a base hit. Desmond being sent around. He will score the game's first run, and the Rockies take a 1-0 lead. Alexi Amarista, the former Padre, driving in that first run of the day for the Rockies.
And the frustration mounts. Here's the deal. With the 3 balls put in play this inning, you can't try to do anything differently or try harder. If you do that, the sinker's going to flatten out. You're not going to be able to make the pitch you want. That's why the mental part of the game comes into play here for Luis Perdomo. He's got to stick to his game plan, hopefully get another ground ball, and it's right at somebody.
Swinging a foul tip here for Hannigan.
Well, look, here, that pitch is up, but look at the result. I mean, it was a ground. He still hit the top of it because it's got that movement that's down a little bit. Amarista couldn't get it up in the air. He still hit it on the ground.
Ryan Hannigan, Albuquerque, first 13 games of the year, AAA for the Rockies. Called up when Tony Walters went on the DL. Had a chance to have a nice chat today with Tony Walters, the San Diego native, who is on the 7-day concussion list right now for the Rockies, and so they didn't know what was going on there for a few minutes after being hit in the head on the backswing. I'm glad he's doing okay. This one will get away briefly from Hedges. He'll throw to third, and out at third base is Mark Reynolds. Well, he thinks they should challenge it. We'll see. Ball got away briefly from Hedges, comes up firing, and the call on the field is out at third base.
Slider swung on and missed. It's in the dirt. So Hedges, a great second effort. Like a cat, he knows that the runner is going. The flip throw. Get it down. Does he get the foot in and then the tag on the calf as the 30 seconds expired? Looks. Oh yeah, he got him, didn't he?
Yes. No challenge from the Rockies.
There's your double play.
Kyle Freeland batting now with 2 outs in the inning. Three strikeouts for Luis Perdomo. Freeland so far 2 for 9 at the plate.
I guess it all evens out, huh? He got his 3 grounders.
Should have had a double play somewhere in there.
Exactly.
The Rockies so far getting a run out of it. Now Freeland with a fly ball shallow left. Out goes Ibar, the shortstop, and he'll make the catch. It ends the inning. Rockies strike first, take a 1-0 lead.
You want to be process dependent, where you like swinging at good pitches, you're making good decisions on every pitch, putting balls in play aggressively, taking advantage of what you can on the base pass. I think some of the pressure we've applied on the base pass lately, even at the expense of a few guys thrown out, has caused pitchers to speed up, has caused them to make more mistakes, and is like giving us pitches to hit out of the ballpark eventually.
Andy Green talking about the home run production from his ball club so far this season. When you compare it to last year, this year coming out of April, 35 home runs for the Padres. Last year at this time, only 19. It's part of that, of course, as he mentioned, because of the pressure that they're putting on the pitcher, causing him to make some mistakes in the zone. And he loves the long ball, don't get anybody wrong, but at the same time, he'd love to continue to see some additional production out of what he terms quality at-bats. The more of those he sees, more runs will come, both by the home run and in other ways. Guys, back up to you.
All right, Scan, thanks very much. And that is along the lines of what we've been talking about here about the number of home runs so far for the Padres, and the fact that that has been a big part of their offense. You like it, but at the same time, you'd like to score runs other ways because you need to score more runs.
Quite frankly, all or nothing is not a really good way to win a game. You got to mix a little something else in there.
And as a result, so many more strikeouts, which has really been a problem.
Hey, it's like chicken soup, right? You've got the broth, you've got chicken. I mean, that's good, but don't you want a little seasoning? Don't you want some maybe carrots, maybe a little celery?
Some noodles.
Maybe some noodles, maybe some...
Well, some other stuff is what you say.
Right,
yeah.
It makes it better. It's a shocker that I use the analogy with food.
Hervis Solarte, Hunter Renfroe, Ryan Schimpf expected here in the inning. 1-2-3 first inning on 11 pitches for Kyle Freeland. Freeland through his first 5 starts, a 2.93 earned run average. Lowest ERA through 6 career starts by a Rockies pitcher. This one is fouled off right at the dish by Solarte. Freeland beating the Diamondbacks on Friday at Chase Field, allowing 1 run in 6 innings in a 3-1 Rockies victory against that good lineup.
It's really a good story. Born and raised in Denver, pitching for his hometown team. And there was a picture circulating on Twitter when he was a baby. He was an infant. His mom and dad dressed him in a onesie, a Colorado Rockies onesie.
That's a right center. Blackman calling and catching. The first out of the inning is he called off Carlos Gonzalez in right center field. Well, it's time now for the top tier pro Try that one again. Here's the top tier player profile brought to you by Arco. Most consecutive games with one or more home runs. And what Bob Scanlon was talking about it. Andy Green, the Padres right now in a stretch of 14 straight. And that streak is active at the moment. And more than the Detroit Tigers. And a guy who's been a part of that is Hunter Renfroe. Has 5 home runs on the year. Tap foul at the dish. You love it when I box promos, don't you?
I do it all the time. Just giving you a hard time. Who's that?
Renfroe now, Schimpf waiting on deck. And Hunter will pop it up. Right side of the infield. Reynolds and LeMahieu. Reynolds battling the sun will make the catch. And the glass is on, but still try to use that glove to shade his eyes, but able to stagger and make the grab before it hits the surface. 2 down.
Well, the wind doesn't seem to be the factor, but you could tell that sun, that ball drifted on him a little bit. Great concentration by Reynolds. And also, you know, it's always good for infielders to kind of not get too close, but hover around a little bit. You might get that carom off the glove and save it before it hits the ground.
2 down here in the second inning, and it brings up Ryan Schimpf. Schimpf at 148 coming into this plate appearance. 7 home runs, 14 runs batted in.
You picked him today, right?
I did.
Pick the stick.
The only home run that Freeland has given up this year was to Ryan Schimpf. Another battle here, sunshine-wise, and this time it'll be Arenado. Comes all the way from third base to the right side of the infield to make that catch. 1-0 Rockies.
Play a couple holes?
Yeah, let's try this out. We've never done it before, but we'll give it a shot.
First impressions of San Diego, as a city, as a team in general.
I've had, one team for 11 years, so I've known that atmosphere for so long, but, you come to a new stadium, a new ballpark, and to see the way the fans had our back and supported us in that opening series was pretty cool.
Want to see more of Michelle's day on the course with Jared Weaver? Then check out this week's Padres POV presented by Nissan tomorrow after Padres Live right here on Fox Sports San Diego.
Top of the third inning is Charlie Blackmon at the top of the Rockies order. Leads it off here and pitch inside, hits him. Start the inning, second straight inning. Rockies will have the lead runner on. The breaking ball did not quite break the way Perdomo wanted.
Kind of tough sometimes for a hitter to get out of the way of a breaking ball in the dirt because you're planted. You've got your weight, right? He's got that front foot down, right? Then it starts to come in. It's just gets the Uncle Hulka, Sergeant Hulka, big toe on his left foot. And with the way that ball bounced, that was not a glancing blow. That got him pretty good.
Direct hit.
Call a tow truck.
Here's DJ LeMahieu, who singled in the first inning. One of 4 Rockies hits so far off Perdomo. Runner goes on the first pitch, and it's fouled off. Now Blackmon showing that his foot is okay and getting a jump on that first pitch, trying to steal second base.
Hit and run, you usually want to do it early, just like that. And with a guy who can control the bat, DJ LeMahieu is a good candidate just for that. First pitch, 0-1, 1-0, 1-1. You know, later in an at bat, you don't want to take the aggression out of a hitter's approach at the plate. So, you know, you put a hit and run on, that means you got to swing at anything, right? So you don't want to do it 2-0 because it's a pitcher, it's a hitter's count. You don't want to do it 3-1.
You watched Bud Black for the better part of 9 seasons. Would you say he is an aggressive manager?
I think he could be a little bit more aggressive, but with a team like this, I probably could be more aggressive.
More weapons, perhaps?
Yes, more weapons, sure.
He's got the reigning batting champion from a year ago hitting right here in DJ LeMahieu. Runner goes again. He swings. Ground ball to short. Maybe 2. No. On to first to get the 1 out at first base. On a bang play at second, Ibar took it himself to the bag. And the ruling on the field is that Blackmon is safe at second base.
Oh, I got out.
I would challenge that.
Yes. I got out.
Yeah, I got him out. And they are not going to challenge.
I think that first angle really told the story. Well, maybe they felt it was just too close. Not enough evidence, maybe, because it was so close.
Wow. It looked like that back part, the heel part of his cleat, down on the bag ahead of the arrival of Blackmon on the shots we had, I thought.
I'm right there with you.
So 6-3 on the put out of LeMahieu at first base. You get Blackmon at second base. And a pickoff play at second. Cheating in was Solarte, but Blackmon back to the bag.
I think it was one of those cases where, hey, you know what? It's early in the game. It's really, really close. Who knows what the umpires would think? I'm right there with you, though. I think that one angle showed that they got him.
Arenado struck out swinging first time up in the first inning. We'll see how he got him.
It was a slider. It was 0-2. He got hit quickly, and Arenado fishing out of the zone. Totally reversed here now. 2-0, dangerous count. You know, you do have first base open, and Carlos Gonzalez, who's kind of struggling at the plate right now, so that might be a way of thinking as well.
You got Gonzalez waiting on deck. Then we'll see Desmond, and you'd rather stay away from Desmond if you can help it with guys on base. Blackmon hit by a pitch to begin the inning. Is it second now? LeMahieu had grounded out.
Just a good old-fashioned two-seamer. See how nice and easy that delivery is from Perdomo? That's easy 95 gas.
And how much it moves.
Yeah.
Brief conversation with the veteran shortstop Eric Ibar came in. Blackmon with his walking lead off second base. And Arenado jumps back out of the way. Ball 4. The first free pass served up by Perdomo. Comes with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. The Rockies have 2 men on. They've had at least a base runner in every inning so far today, but only 1 run. You got Carlos Gonzalez coming up, and you'd love to get him to ground into a double play to end this inning. And the Padres, highest ground ball percentage at 50.7%. Tied with the Colorado Rockies in that category. And you get 2 ground ball pitchers going head to head today in Perdomo and Freeland.
And in 98 at-bats, that's including the first at-bat for Gonzalez this afternoon. He's only grounded into 1 double play this year.
So Freeland is at 66.3% as far as ground ball outs go. And Perdomo at an even 66% of ground ball outs. Falls behind here 1-0. And again, Ibarra will join the conversation.
Could be just a little pick-me-up, could be something mechanical. Sometimes Perdomo has the tendency to fall off towards the first base side on his follow-through.
You got Richard and Perdomo in the top 5, and Kyle Freeland top of that list for the Rockies. Dallas Keuchel, John Gray.
That's a nice little nugget, huh?
Yeah. That's certainly a good thing if you pitch at Coors Field too. And 2 of those guys do.
Along with Sensatella, I think he's going to play well at Coors Field. His stuff is going to play well there. The high cheese.
Blackman at second, Arenado at first, 1 out. Framed by Hedges, but the fastball is away. Well, Perdomo fell behind Arenado 3-0, is now falling behind Gonzalez 3-0.
Does this get the upper quadrant of the strike zone?
I think it did.
Yep. Top right of the picture frame.
On the corner that time, he gets the call.
You mentioned it earlier, Don. Clint Fagan, he's calling that pitch.
Yes, he is.
Stay out there. Legit strike. Throw it there again.
In the air foul. He's having the fastball, full count.
He's having trouble catching up to a good fastball.
So you stick with it, get back at him?
Absolutely, absolutely. If you're going to throw him something off speed, don't throw it for a strike. It's going to speed up his bat and it can do some damage. Stay hard and away. Unless you throw the nastiest of changeups, 3-2 here, and you can locate it where you want. But I say stay with the 2-seamer away here.
Well, last year, Carlos Gonzalez hitting a home run off Perdomo.
See where that pitch was? Right down the middle.
So far, Cargo's been a different hitter this season. Last year, of course, hit 25 home runs. This year so far, only 2. Here's the 3-2. It's foul back again, and this at bat will continue.
Went with the backdoor slider.
Eighth pitch of the at bat coming up here. Romo having to work hard, nearing 50 pitches in his outing through 2 1/3 innings. We're talking about trying to go more deeply into games. And in that category so far today, a little bit behind. Has not been as economical as he would like to be. In the dirt, ball 4, back-to-back walks allowed by Perdomo, and the bases are now loaded without the benefit of a hit in this inning for the Rockies. Hit batter and back-to-back walks, and that'll bring Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, out for the Padres. Perdomo's coming a little bit out of whack here in the inning.
5th hitter coming up this inning. I think this is just Darren Balsley going out to just give him a little bit of a rest, clear the mind a little bit, and also, how do you want to start this guy? You need a grounder. That's your strength, right? He gets it on the sinker. That's why I would have liked to seen another 2-seamer to Gonzalez. He tried to put him away with a slider. He missed.
Last time out, these 69 pitches total in his outing. That's Friday against the Giants. Next pitch will be the 50th pitch of this outing. That was a 6-inning effort. This so far is 2 1/3. Ian Desmond, a couple of grand slams on his resume. He'll take a hack at that first pitch. Thought he was going to get a fastball. He did. On the ground, left side, not hit hard. Ibar to second for one, on to first for two. Huge double play turned by the Padres. Perdomo out of the jam. Little help from his friends defensively. It's 1-0 Rockies after 2.5. The DP ends the inning. Nicely done. Third, it's time now for our Fans of the Game, brought to you by Fan Diego.
How about that? The family coming out to the yard, all decked out in the Padre gear.
For day baseball, the finale of this series, having a great time. Lots of sunshine here today.
I love the Pete Rose Expos jersey. And of course the Raleigh Fingers. But yeah, you know, a lot of people forget that Pete Rose was an Expo for a little bit.
I like the Expos gear all the way around. Like
yeah, I love the
unis.
Expos. Big fan. Love that organization. Love going to Montreal.
The bottom third of the Padres order here in the third inning. Austin Hedges, Jabari Blash, and Luis Perdomo. An 86, 6 homers, 15 runs batted in for Austin. Six home runs, the most of any catcher in Major League Baseball this year. And all 6 of his home runs have come since the middle of April. April 16th is when he hit his first home run. So kind of coming in bunches here. Was short this time. Amarista throws out Hedges. First 7 retired by Kyle Freeland. And that'll bring up Jabari Blash. Came into the game defensively as part of a double switch in last night's game. It's the start in left field today. And it's at 0:48 coming in. It's his 11th game that he's gotten into. A lot of them coming off the bench. Home run for him came at Arizona against the Diamondbacks last road trip. Rios had 7 home runs during spring training, led the Padres in that category. Finished in second place in spring training in home runs. Pretty selective here as he jumps ahead 3-0. Freeland a little frustrated. He'll take a stroll clockwise around the mound. On the ground, 3-0 swinging, and Arenado throws it off the mark, and on at first base is Blash. That may have hit him. The play by Arenado, a deep third to get rid of it at all, was amazing. And I'm not sure if that went off the helmet of Blash or not.
I was ready to mark down 5-3 because we've just seen it too often.
I guess Reynolds just didn't catch it. I don't think it hit Blash on that replay.
He was screened by him too. I think that had a little something to do with it too.
Very late reaction. It is a base hit, first base runner for the Padres to reach. And now Perdomo. It's the bunt down. Good one in front of the plate. Hannigan's only plays at first, and the sacrifice is complete. 2-3 on the sacrifice.
Saturday, day after tomorrow on FS1, the Cleveland Indians are in Kansas City to take on the Royals. Catch all the action on FS1 beginning at noon Pacific or streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
2 down, Blash in scoring position at second base, and the top of the order. Manuel Margot coming up. Margot lined out to right field in the first inning sharply, but right in the neighborhood of Carlos Gonzalez out there in right field. Manuel joining the home run parade with 3 on the year. Comes in with a 4-game hitting streak. 294 during the 4-gamer. And a big triple here on game 1 of the series. That's a strike, and it evens at 1-1.
The old backdoor slider. Looks like Freeland's got a pretty good idea what he's doing out there on that hill. Started that pitch off the plate and it caught the outside corner.
Manuel's brief career, a .389 hitter against the Rockies. Chops one towards first. Reynolds as Freeland kind of late in covering, but he will not get there. Margot beats it out. Late getting over for whatever reason was Freeland, and they both kind of arrived at the same time. Call on the field is safe as Blash takes third, and see if the Rockies are going to challenge this. It was very close.
Well, you could see this one develop right from he's out.
And they are going to challenge it. This will likely be overturned.
You know what? It's close. It's very close. Does Freeland step that foot quickly down to the bag before Margot slaps his foot down?
And Gonzalez, the first base umpire. Always safe on the field.
What do you got?
I got him being out.
I'm right there with you.
I believe this will be overturned. So does Bud Black. He is challenged here. And a quick decision. Overturned, and out at first base is Margot. So that'll go 3-1. Rockies have a 1-0 lead through 3. head to the 4th inning, and it is great to have with us again Tony Gwynn Jr. joining us in the booth. And I want to remind you, the day after the Padres score 5 or more runs, get 50% off any regular menu price online order at papajohns.com. Enter promo code Padres5. Let's welcome in Tony Gwynn Jr. again. How you doing, Tony?
Good. How about you guys?
All right.
But you know good, T-Bone.
Chilling.
Well, today it has been a pitcher's duel so far here. Just the 1 run for the Rockies, and Perdomo has worked his way in and out of trouble.
It's been as expected. Two of the highest ground ball rated pitchers in all of baseball, and they've pretty much done it. Been a lot of ground balls. As a matter of fact, Colorado scores on 3 straight singles that are ground ball singles.
Very frustrating for a pitcher. We talked about that. Just got to stick to your game plan. You try to do too much, it flattens out, and then you get hurt even more.
Right.
Now, from a hitter, Tony, the plan is to get that sinker up. But if you don't get too many of them up, what's the next step?
Got to hit the ball where it's pitched at that point.
Yeah.
I think that's what you saw from the Rockies in that 2nd inning. They weren't getting very many sinkers up. So at some point, you got to take what the pitcher gives you.
To right, but right towards Renfroe for the first out of the inning. This is how Luis Perdomo was able to get out of a bases loaded 1-out situation after Darren Balsley came out to talk it over, try to settle him down, and to work he went.
Even though that pitch was up a little bit, still the movement of that pitch is hit on the ground, and yeah, that'll fire up a pitcher.
Absolutely.
You bet.
Get out of a jam like that. I mean, like you were saying, ultimately velocity and movement allow you to make a few more mistakes over the middle of the plate or up in the strike zone.
Alexi Amarista batting here with 1 down, single to drive in a run, the game's only run in the 2nd inning. We've seen what this guy can do versatility wise, move all over the place, and he has done that so far for the Rockies.
See Perdomo over there with that changeup. Mud, do you think that is the next step for him?
I think so. I really do.
More of it?
Yeah, and I'm not saying overthrowing it, but when needed. There's going to be times when it's a fastball count. And Tony, you touched upon it yesterday. I remember talking to your dad as well. He told me the toughest pitch for him to hit was a good split-fingered fastball, but he said the changeup was right there neck and neck. So if you can really master that pitch, I'm talking throw it 2-0. I'm talking throw it 3-1 with consistency. That's gonna turn your career around.
Both of those pitches, you mentioned the split finger and changeup, when thrown with good arm action, give you the same impression of a fastball.
To first, Myers will need Perdomo. No, he's going to take it himself to the bag. Perdomo was there anyway for good measure, but they get Amarista. 3 unassisted, 2 down in the inning.
And guys, you know as well as anybody else, once a sinker baller, ground ball guy gets in that groove and gets that feel, watch out.
Be a tough day for hitters at that point.
5 ground ball outs so far today for Perdomo. There's 2 outs in the 4th inning, and it brings up Ryan Hannigan. 3 strikeouts, 2 flyouts to go along with those 5 ground outs. Hannigan's first day as a Rocky. And a grounder right side has Solarte ranging to his left. And Perdomo has a very economical inning. 1-2-3, 1-0 Rockies. brought to you by Ram Trucks.
We're going to talk about the arsenal of 23-year-old Kyle Freeland, the Denver native. He's got the four-seam fastball, which he can locate. He's got the cut fastball / slider when getting ahead, goes to that back foot for the swing and miss, and then the changeup. I tell you what, this kid's only 23 years old. There's a reason why he was a #1 pick. This kid knows how to pitch. He knows how to set up hitters. He knows when to throw his off-speed stuff, and his poise out of the mound is pretty darn good as well. Looks like he's been out there a while.
He's not a max effort guy. You know, the
That's
conversation we had earlier today.
That was a great conversation. You know, Tony, we could have a 2-hour show on that.
We could have. We
right?
could have gone forever on that topic. I mean, it's something that I think, you know, even with all the science and all the different things that teams do to protect players from these type of injuries, ultimately when guys are going out there max effort and it's only required that they go 5 innings because there's so many specialists in the game now, or there's, if not specialists, there's guys in the bullpen that they feel they are comfortable with going to, it only opens the door for those type of injuries to happen more often.
That's a great point.
Eric Ibar leading it off here, then Myers and Solarte. It's 2, 3, and 4 for the Padres here in the 4th inning. The days of going 7, 8 innings as a starter is kind of a lost art. Forget about complete games. I mean, those are.
Hey, if you can get a 6, that's great.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's how teams look at it. Like 6, huh? He did his job today. And not that that's a bad thing. I mean,
right.
6 innings is good work.
Exactly. And there's so many things that work into that equation as well, to where you can argue for it and you can argue against it. And the one point that I made earlier was there's so much money now invested in these guys. They want them to last a long time. They want them to pay dividends for a while, not just a year or two.
I think that's what it really boils down to, is that the money has gone up so substantially in the last, I don't know, 10, 20 years. It only makes sense from an investment standpoint to try to get as much out of your investment as you possibly can. I think that's just business 101 right there.
Ibar sends one to right field, sending Gonzalez back a step or two, but he'll have room shy of the track for the first out here at the bottom of the 4th inning. Well, so far, Freeland has been very economical. 34 pitches through 3 in the 3rd inning. One out here in the 4th, and we'll bring up Will Myers. The pitch count by inning for him.
You know, you guys are going to laugh at this. June 14th, 1974. Nolan Ryan pitched 13 innings. He threw 235 pitches.
That's it?
Yeah, somebody's getting fired if if a pitcher throws that many pitches in a game.
That's cartoonish.
Probably would go on the DL right away after that game. It's unbelievable. Well, how about the number of complete games in 1974? I'd like to know that
up
number.
into 20. Look at Randy Jones. Look at our own Randy Jones.
Yep.
He had like 20. We can look it up. It's like 20 plus. 25 complete games.
Myers to center field, got himself a base hit. Second Padres hit of the day. And this one comes with one down in the 4th inning.
It's like that slider / cutter that you talked about earlier might have didn't do much. Will stays right through it. Line drive up the middle.
You know what I think Will does so well, Tony? And we saw it the other day when he hit that line drive over Blackman's head. It looks like once he gets that field to get on top of a pitch that's up, that's damage time for him.
He doesn't just get to the ball; he gets through the ball really well. I think that's how you can, how Charlie Blackman can play that ball, thinking that it's a line drive at him, and it just carry right over him because he's hitting through the baseball. A little unorthodox when you look at his backside. When you watch his backside finish right there, doesn't really quite get all the way around, but I think that's because most of he's generating his power up through his swing. So there's not necessarily a need for that backside to come all the way through.
So there, Myers trying to get a good-sized lead there, trying to get a jump here on Freeland. In a scoring position here, and a tight one today.
These are the type of games where You might have to create your own offense here, and being able to steal a base or create a situation where you get the second. Good jump.
There he goes, and the pitch is outside. Throw's going to be late. Stolen base. You can tell Will Myers kept extending that lead a little bit more, and he takes off and steals second, setting the table for Solarte.
You can't get a better jump than this. I mean, he moved almost before Freeland moved, and he had that base in his back pocket.
Is that straight up guessing right there?
No, I think that's just good information from Johnny Washington over at first base. He's been watching him all game long, and I'm positive that he's seeing something. You know, especially considering that Freeland's a left-hander, you don't see guys get that kind of comfortable jump and trust it all the way. I think that's just trusting in his first base coach right there.
Well, in scoring position now with one down. Solarte will lift the fly ball to shallow right. In comes Gonzalez, and he'll make the catch with LeMahieu sliding down to the grass to get out of the way. As the two come together but do not collide. That's a big out for Freeland. 2 down.
It looked like he used a slide step. That was the pitch before the stolen base, and there's the high leg kick there.
So that kind of confirms what I thought in the first place. You don't make a move back towards first base and then on the very next pitcher that comfortable being able to take second unless you've got word from your first base coach of something to kind of key off of. Because as I said, he was already leaning before Freeland even took off or picked up to go to home.
A chance here for Hunter Renfroe with 2 down in the 4th inning. Myers at second base. Strike one. Hunter popped out to the first baseman, Mark Reynolds, his first time up back in the 2nd inning. 293 against lefties. And 2 of the 5 home runs he has on the year against left-handed pitching.
Boy, Hannigan sure gives that low target. Tony, I was talking about it earlier with the way he spreads his ankles past his hips, but he gives that low target. I mean, he's making darn sure that pitcher's got a good view of his glove below the knees.
You see him going out to talk to Freeland right now. I think he wants to make sure, look, if you're going to throw these breaking balls, you got to get him down. Because he hung one right in the middle of the plate there, and Hunter Renfroe missed it. But it certainly is a mistake you want to make again, because he might not miss it. It'd be interesting to see if Hannigan sets up like that same way on fastballs. Seems like on both of these first two pitches have been breaking balls. He's gotten real low, spread out. Does he set up like that on the heater as well?
On the ground to third base, Arenado with a step and a throw, and he gets out of the inning, does Freeland, as the Padres leave Myers at second, 1-0 Rockies. Nissan. Yeah, beautiful day here in San Diego. Just saw Nolan Arenado make the play to end last inning. And I guess the question is, who's the best third baseman in Major League Baseball? Is it Manny Machado or is it Nolan Arenado? You got Tony Gwynn Jr.
That is a heck of a choice to make. I like Arenado. I think Manny has taken a little bit. It took him a little bit longer early to figure out the offensive end. I think Nolan came in ready to go offensively.
I would agree with that.
I think you're splitting hairs, no doubt about it. But because we see him so much, I would lean towards Arenado. And I know, Don, we talked about this before the game. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer.
There isn't.
No, they're both outstanding.
I think defensively, I think Arenado moves better laterally, but Machado has the better arm. I mean, I think he can get into that third base box there and throw BBs over to first base and not have to worry about it skipping or anything.
I think until you see Arenado play on a regular basis, you don't really appreciate how good he is.
Yeah.
I was telling Mudd earlier, I felt the same way coming to the National League for the first time last year and seeing Paul Goldschmidt, first base. Had not seen a lot of him in the past. I mean, that's another tremendous player that does not really get the pub that he should.
You know who's a guy I wish I could see play more often is Xander Bogaerts.
Tremendous player in his own right. Freeland striking out. That's the fourth K for Perdomo. Arenado, of course, last night made a great play. Today, another good play, barehanded, kind of do or die coming in.
He makes this play look like it's routine. I mean, he's barehanded a couple plays in this series already, but it seems like it's something that he works on almost. I was out here early yesterday watching him take ground balls, and the third base coach Cole was, I mean, pummeling balls over, and he was actually working on catching these balls deep behind him. And it's a play you see him make quite often, and it's just impressive to watch him work even in batting practice.
And that's the thing. I think people sometimes anticipate that it's just natural talent. He's a guy that works at it very, very hard.
Yeah. You can't be a part of the all hater hit team unless you're out there working on it.
He's got good hitters around him too, which certainly helps. I mean, this lineup is very, very strong for the Rockies. I mean, look at Blackman first, and you got LeMahieu, Arenado himself, and then Carlos Gonzalez had a slow start this year, but he's still Carlos Gonzalez.
Well, when this team is clicking, we all know this. There's no light spots in it, right?
No, that's the problem.
That's why the Desmond signing is so crucial.
Makes him deeper. Schimpf, deep third, long throw. Nice play by Ryan Schimpf. We get Charlie Blackman who gets down the line very well too. Very nice play by Schimpf.
Not an easy play with that side spin that Blackman put on it, but Schimpf comes up, makes that play look relatively easy.
Accurate, strong arm also across the diamond. You know, you're moving laterally that way, maybe towards the third base bag, and then you got to square up and get something on it accurately at third or at first base.
DJ LeMahieu on the Tony Gwynn Award last year, hitting .348. LeMahieu 1 for 2 today, singled to right field in the first inning. Rockies will be headed home after the ball game. They'll host the Diamondbacks, the Cubs, and the Dodgers in a lengthy homestand after leaving here today. Road trip for them that began in Arizona. Grounder headed out towards second. Solarte kind of rounds behind it and throws to first base to retire LeMahieu. Halfway through, Rockies have a 1-0 lead.
Energy Series goes to Talladega in the Geico 500. It all happens at 10:30 Pacific on Fox.
I love the uniforms.
I think they're pretty cool too.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the M&M's one.
Imagine if they had Major League Baseball wear that. Have you decked out and advertisers all over the place.
Have you seen Winter League? They're in Mexico and the Dominican Republic and stuff.
Yeah.
They've got advertisements on their jerseys.
But I'm talking about announcers. Like if they had you decked out in all your endorsements.
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be pretty cool.
We head here to the last half of the fifth, and Ryan Schimpf to lead it off. Schimpf, Hedges, and Blash to face Freeland, who thrown a pretty minimal number of pitches here. He's working in the fifth inning. Here's pitch 45 of his outing. And that's a strike, and that's largely the reason. Been throwing a lot of strikes. Getting ahead, working relatively quickly. 6 ground ball outs.
When you've been this efficient, you know, through the 5 innings he's pitched, 4 innings he's pitched, it allows you to kind of nibble a little bit, where you don't have to necessarily be in the middle play. You can take a risk of trying to get it just off the plate.
Especially if that umpire's been calling that. That's a good pitch there. It was earlier in the game, Tony, when Clint Fagan was giving some pitches down and away to lefties. Let's check out this one. You know, to answer your question, Hannigan spreads out in pretty much all the pitches. That was a fastball there at 92. Looked like it had a little cut to it, but
so did the previous one, didn't it?
Yeah, I think the majority of the time he gets really spread out. Fastball away, slider.
And a swing and a miss. Schimpf down on strikes. That is the first strikeout for Kyle Freeland of the day. He's not been doing it with the K. He does now.
Well, the target is down, the sign is set, and this one's up a little bit, but still the movement. Schimpf's front side, the shoulders, the hips kind of open up a little bit. Gets him with the breaking ball.
One down here in the fifth inning brings up Austin Hedges. And the thing you got to keep in mind here, too, with the Rockies, you get good starting pitching from them. Their bullpen has been very much improved this year. And last 5 games, a 0.96 earned run average. And it's not like it used to be, where if you get past the starter, you can get to that bullpen. That's not been the case. And largely the reason the Rockies are in first place in the National League West right now.
And I think that's where it could be different for the Rockies this year. I tell anybody who's willing to listen, out of all the managers I ever played for, Buddy Black was by far the best at managing bullpens. Like, it wasn't even close. And I played for some pretty good managers. And I think he just, obviously him being a former pitcher, it allows him to kind of maybe see into the mind of a pitcher and how they're feeling and who to go to in certain situations. I just thought he was always really good at that.
I mentioned before, I'll say it again, I think the X factor this year for the Rockies are the arms leading up to Greg Holland.
That bridge, so to speak, right?
Yep. You know, let's face it, the majority of the bullpens, everybody's throwing 95 or above. But what can you do with that 95? And what type of breaking ball do you have? What kind of secondary pitches you have? Well, look at Brad Hand for the Padres. I mean, he is dealing. Mid-90s. Great breaking ball.
There are a lot of ball clubs out there that are struggling to get to their closer.
And Tony, what is it? Benches and bullpens usually are the teams that make it to the postseason, right? Yep. With the starting pitching, you're going to got to have a good rotation.
Right. The depth on the bench and the arms, like you said, leading to the closer. You know, come trade deadline, that's what everybody's looking for. They're looking for guys to plug in to get to their closer in most cases.
Do you think it makes a difference to have a pitching-minded manager? I mean, I know it's been a long time since Bud Black was a pitching coach, but of course, pitching is his thing.
I really do. I really believe that. I mean, you look around the big leagues, there aren't very many pitchers who are managers.
I think it can work both ways, depending on the type of pitching coach you have, to where it's getting down to personalities as well too.
Yeah.
are position player managers willing to sit down with pitching coaches and kind of hash things out and say, this is going to be our game plan. Hey, I'm willing to listen to you, but yet I want you to listen to me, and we'll find a common ground. But yeah, I mean, Roger Craig, I played for Roger Craig. He had a pretty good handle on the pitching staffs.
Swing and a miss for Hedges, and that's back-to-back strikeouts now for Freeland.
I think, like you said, it does kind of boil down to personality. What kind of personality the manager has to go along with the skill set that he may have had as a player. In Bud Black's case, pretty even-keeled, pretty laid back, really tough on his pitchers and catchers, and you would expect that because he was a pitcher. He was a pitcher himself,
and he was one heck of a competitor too.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking in terms of pitching at Coors Field too. As a Rockies manager goes, to have a pitching guy seems to make sense for all these years.
I think being in this division too kind of gives him a head start of how he may have come into this situation wanting to manage the bullpen, because he's seen how it can implode any minute, you know, depending on the arms you got out there.
You know who I think could manage right now, and he's managing the minor leagues, and he's got a great baseball mind, is Darren Balsley.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. Those guys in the clubhouse gave me a hard time when I was giving Darren some credit last time, so I'm sure I'll get a text here at some point. But you're right, though. Darren has a fantastic baseball mind, and I mean, pitching-wise, he's one of the best you'll ever come across.
That's the great thing about him, because we'll talk on the bus or whatever. It's just not pitching. It's every aspect of the game, and he's like, you know, when he makes his point, I'm like, wow, that makes sense.
I found myself many times coming out early, and him being on the bench already, and us just having a conversation about baseball. It would venture into pitching, you know, at some point, but it was usually about just the game itself. He's very, very bright when it comes to the game of baseball.
He told me when he managed in the Blue Jays organization back in Medicine Hat, he was the manager and the pitching coach.
And that happened.
That'll make you learn the game really quickly.
Cover it all.
Right?
You pull the tarp, you do everything.
Selling programs.
Now the game plan that he puts together for each of the pitchers is really amazing, and we saw how well he did against Arenado and some other big names over the course of being on the road. This last road trip, of course. And a lot of extra work that goes on away from the ballpark for Darren Balsley to get his pitchers in the best possible position to get these guys out.
Yeah, I think ultimately the pitchers have to go out and execute the game plan, but to have a template to go off of, it definitely helps.
I've never seen anything like it.
No.
I wish I would have had something like that back in the day.
Nash able to get out of the way. That says something too, that a guy has hung around through what, 3 managers now here, the same pitching coach. That doesn't happen other places.
I mean, just think of some of the guys who've come in here struggling and have been able to kind of resurrect their careers. You know, John Garland comes to mind when I was here. I mean, he had a couple rough years in Arizona. He comes here and becomes really the ace of our staff in 2010. And you have to think a lot of that has to go to Balsley and how he was able to kind of get him going in the right direction.
You know who's the one guy that sticks out for me? Kevin Correa.
Yeah.
Remember Kevin
was here too, that's right.
And he turned it around a little bit.
He was our second best pitcher that year, I think he had Latos going at his best when he was here. I mean, there's a lot. The list is really long. If you go back and do your research, there's a lot of pitchers who came in here and had a lot of success, and a lot of sometimes it's attributed to the ballpark itself, but a lot of that has to be given to Balsley.
Swing and a miss, and striking out the side in order is Kyle Freeland. 1-0 Rockies.
holding him back today. If he looks good through 6 innings, we'll let him get into the 7th and the 8th. Also, too, if you're up with the guys we got to choose from in the bullpen, makes sense to choose those guys sometimes. It's not so much an indictment on the starter's ability to get through the 7th or 8th, but if you're nursing a small lead, Brad Hand and Ryan Buchter and Brandon Maurer look to be pretty good options, and so is Jose Torres too. So those guys are like good guys to bring into the game at any point in time.
That's Andy Green talking about Luis Perdomo and his ability to get through the 6th inning. Now, he's not done it so far this season. Andy mentioned also the fact that his stint on the DL earlier this year was a little bit of a holdback in terms of allowing him to go deeper into games. But as he mentioned, there are no holdbacks on him today. If he can go deeper in this game, he's certainly welcome to. And at 72 pitches, there should be plenty left in the tank, guys.
All right, thanks very much, Bob. Yeah, Perdomo, the longest he's gone this year is 6 innings. Here he is in the 6th inning, and Arenado leading it off here. You got Arenado, Gonzalez, and Desmond. Very difficult portion of this Rockies order.
I felt like the last start in San Francisco, he kind of was able to get over that hump. I mean, it was the 6th inning itself that was an issue, those previous 2 starts. And yes, he had the DL stint, but I felt like he kind of got over the hump that in that Giants game when he was able to get through the 6th unscathed, no problems. And I felt like he finished stronger in that start than he did the previous 2.
Down to 3rd and Ryan Schimpf. 1 down here in the top of the 6th inning.
One thing I liked about Perdomo in that outing in San Francisco, remember they scored 2 in the 1st inning and they just shut him down.
Yeah.
And to me, that's progress.
Whereas the opposite was in the first 2 starts. You know, he cruised through the first 5 and almost imploded in the 6th inning. You get off to a rough start in a place like San Francisco, which is a tough ballpark to play in no matter how bad they're playing. He was able to kind of regroup and really shut him down from that point on.
And to me, he really shows you how a Rule 5 pick can work.
Yeah.
I mean, you take a guy last year who never pitched above A ball. You keep him all season. He matures right in front of your eyes, develops at the major league level. And now you see him this year, and he has really grown into this spot.
Yeah, he's a much different pitcher this year than the previous year at this time. You know, obviously he's got all this experience under his belt, but he's up there pitching with confidence, though. Do you think that was straight through?
Might have, or he hurt himself. I'm not sure which.
That was odd.
Kind of hopped off the mound. And
it's good to see him right back on there, though.
This is the previous pitch. I didn't see anything.
No, I didn't see anything either.
Here comes a changeup. Was really quick with his delivery in that. You know, that's one thing I've noticed about Luis. He's been varying his delivery as well. He'll come up with the flamingo, and then he'll go, and then that one, it seemed it was much quicker throughout his whole delivery.
trying to go in, and they do, but miss inside. 95.
The more comfortable he gets with that changeup, man, it could really help him get to that next level. Because right now his slider is wipeout right now.
Here's a slider here.
And it's good for strike 3. 5 strikeouts for Perdomo. Gonzalez down by way of the K, and that's now 10 in a row retired by Perdomo.
Likes the good old backup slider right on the outside corner.
He stayed on that one too. That gives you a good angle. Sure, he falls off to the side a little bit, but it wasn't until the ball left the hand. He stayed on it, bang, rotation, and then it's okay to fall off.
Ian Desmond 1 for 2 after his big night last night. A 2 home run performance last night for Desmond. He's got the infield hit, scoring the only run of the game back in the 2nd inning. Grounded back up the middle into center field, and a base hit for Desmond, his 2nd of the day.
I think that was the flamingo you talked about right there, right?
Well, we're going to take a look at that because we caught one and we're going to show it to you. Call it the flamingo, call it the El Tiante. Watch the leg kick and the Johnny Cueto, the little pause, and then the power forward towards the hitter. And Bob Scanlon, what's your opinion on the old pause pitch?
I love seeing it. I was shocked when I first started seeing Perdomo do it because I was thinking he's trying to mess with the hitter's timing, but as a young pitcher, that's difficult to do. We've seen Johnny Cueto do it, but he's got plenty of experience. So I actually talked to Andy Green about it today and found out there's a lot more to it than we think. It's not so much to mess up the hitter's timing, it's more to reset his own timing. So every now and then, he'll start to rush through his delivery a little bit. When he does that, that sinker doesn't sink, it flattens out a little bit. So when he senses that he's rushing through the delivery or sees the ball flattening out a little bit, he will go to that flamingo, force himself to pause, get back on top of the ball, and find his rhythm again.
Yeah, that's a good point, because when the body goes forward and the glove is still in contact with the throwing hand, you got to get that ball out of the glove. And I think that's a perfect point. When you're at the top of your delivery and you pause a little bit, you can, as soon as you start your motion forward, the ball comes out of the glove, you get a chance to get on top. And that is a nice little mechanism that a guy can do to reset himself.
And Mark Reynolds batting here, the runner at first, and we've talked about what it does for the pitcher. What does it do to the hitter? I mean, does it mess up your time at all to have a guy doing what Johnny Cueto does and all those different kinds of deliveries and timing and everything else?
It's extremely irritating and frustrating as a hitter. You almost think he's cheating. It's like you've been doing the same move the entire game. Now all of a sudden you're stopping, you're slowing your motion down. It's the reverse of the quick pitch, right? So now you got to get ready for both. And hitting's already hard enough. They shouldn't be able to do that, in my opinion.
Tremendous movement on this last pitch. That's the two-seam fastball. That's the old wiffle ball right there.
That ball started on the outer half of the plate, ran all the way in off the plate.
Perdomo at 88 pitches with 2 down here in the 6th inning. And Desmond at first base is not trying to steal yet. There he goes, and Reynolds fouls it off as Desmond took off that time, but foul ball. Desmond has had quite a series, not only with the bat, but run around the bases as well.
He is a very, very good athlete. He can run. He can do a lot of different things for your ball club other than hit the home run.
Play a little hacky sack, too, going into left center field and scoring that run.
I'm not sure I've seen a ball like that go as far as it did after it was kicked out to left center. And on the error throw, ended up getting 2 bases. He's off again. Hedges with the throw, and he will be out at second base. Austin Hedges throws out Ian Desmond to conclude the top of the 6th inning. Well, Hedges able to get him at second to end the inning. Rockies have a 1-0 lead to the bottom of the 6th we go. T-Mobile, and a couple of pitchers to talk about today. Max Scherzer, 7 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, and 11 Ks against the Diamondbacks. Now 5-0 in 6 starts against the D-backs. And Cole Hamels was scheduled to come in with the Texas Rangers for a 4-game series between the Padres and the Rangers. Will not be pitching. Placed on the 10-day DL with an oblique problem. Expected to miss possibly 2 months for Cole Hamels. So not good news for the Rangers. Looks like Luis Perdomo's done for the day. As a pinch hitter coming up for him here in the bottom of the 6th inning after 90 pitches.
He threw really, really well today. Now it's time to get a run or 2, still being the pitcher of record, so he can walk away with a W. He pitched his little heart out. And he's going to do a little cheerleading.
90 pitches, 56 for strikes, just the 1 run. That was back in the 2nd inning. The RBI single by Alexi Amarista. One stretch where he had retired 10 in a row. Cordoba jolts it foul, evens the count at 1-1.
Hey, that Cole Hamels thing really hurts Texas because with their starting pitching already, 4th in ERA, 3.6. So you lose a Hamels, that's very, very tough. And then how about that rotation for the Nationals? You got Gio, Scherzer, Roark. I'm missing somebody. There's another big name in there. Oh, Strasburg.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah. So that's a pretty good rotation for the Nats.
For Rangers, Yu Darvish is going to have to shoulder the load.
Yeah.
The Rangers 8 games back of the Astros, a Texas team right now, and the American League West. Cordoba, the swing and a miss, strikes out to open up the bottom of the 6th inning. That's 4 straight strikeouts now for Freeland.
MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live Padres baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Padres home screen icons, app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today.
4 straight strikeouts, 1 down here in the 6th inning. Top of the Padres order, Manuel Margot, 0 for 2 so far in the ball game. He's lined out to right, grounded out to first base.
This kid's going to be really good. The more at bats he
I
gets.
think so too. Oh, the high strike.
Margot with a double check with Clint Fagan, home plate umpire.
The real high strike.
Yeah.
Now to second base on 1 hop. A lot of spin, but LeMahieu throws out Margot. 2 down here in the 6th inning. Freeland checking out a possible blister maybe situation there in his hand as he's in a groove right now, having retired the last 7 Padres in a row. 4 by way of the K, and it brings up Eric Ibar. 0 for 2. He's grounded out to third base and flied out to right. It's 70 coming up here for Freeland. And it's to third on a hop. Nolan Arenado. There are easy innings, and then there are easy innings. Freeland just had one. It's 1-0 Rockies. Padres baseball, brought to you by Sycuan. Play, win together in the heart of San Diego. And by Jack in the Box. Come try the new guacamole and bacon chicken sandwich, only at Jack in the Box. Good ball game here today at Petco Park in San Diego. We played day baseball, and the Rockies holding on to a 1-0 advantage in the 7th inning. The pitcher for the Padres out of the bullpen is Ryan Buchter.
Well, we've got ourselves a good one here. Only 7 hits combined in this one. The 2nd inning, the Rocks came up with one. That's where we stand. So now it's time for Ryan Buchter to close it down this inning with his 13th appearance. Every pitcher goes through little blips on the radar to where it might be a fluke, and then you bounce back quickly. Well, Ryan Buchter, we know what he can do. Last time out was against these Rockies a couple days ago on Tuesday.
Well, Mark Reynolds leading it off here for the Rockies. 1 for 2 today. Single in the 2nd inning, fly to right in the 4th. And strikeout active leaders, over 1,600 of them for Mark Reynolds. Pitches some home runs, but he will strike out. So line on Perdomo, 6 innings, 5 hits, a run, he walked 2, struck out 5, and on the hook as he departs, throwing 90 pitches, 56 for strikes on the day.
It's a good day in the big leagues.
Perdomo matching his season high in innings with 6, and did not have a decision coming into today's outing.
How good is it also to have a guy like Jhoulys Chacin and also Hector Sanchez on the club to help Perdomo? You got a pitcher, veteran pitcher, and a veteran catcher, which I think goes a long way. And Clayton Richard. Hey, everybody. Everybody's in on the love. It's all about love, teammates, right?
And Derek Ibar came in to visit him
That's
2
right.
or 3 times during his outing today from short. The veteran to lend his hand.
Just kind of ease the situation.
Padres shifting on the left side here on Reynolds, who strikes out. Speaking of strikeouts, Buchter gets him.
The high gas, the high cheese. Up the ladder. While we have a moment, Scott Barrett telecast is presented by the authority of the San Diego Padres. It may not be reproduced or transmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the San Diego Padres.
1 down here in the 7th. Alexei Amarista, the batter. He's responsible for driving in the only run of this game. Singled in the 2nd inning, scored Ian Desmond from 2nd. Amarista down 1-2.
I think a nice breaking ball down and away will take care of Amarista here. High fastball.
A little too high for Amarista. Center fielder Manuel Margot over towards left center. Big gap out in right center. And a foul off to the left out of play. Buchter operating at 94 miles an hour.
He looks fresh. Pounding the zone, keeping it away. Even when he threw that ball, that fastball up, Austin Hedges wanted it up and away. He hit his spot. That's a good sign.
Did not pitch in last night's game. Pitch in the first game of the series. Here's a liner that is caught. It's short by Ibar. Good extension. And Eric Ibar reels it in to Rob Amarista. 2 down.
Big out from the Padres and Ryan Buchter, and this ball off the left-handed bat of Amarista is slicing. And the extension by Ibar.
Two down here in the 7th inning brings up Ryan Hannigan. His Rockies debut, 0-4-2. He struck out, grounded out. And again, catching the day game after the night game for the Rockies.
You know what? When I look at Ryan Hannigan,
high fly ball deep to left field for Hannigan. Back goes Blash at the wall. He leaps and that ball is gone. A home run for Hannigan in his Rockies debut. It's off Buchter and it gives the Rockies a 2-0 lead.
about to say, Ryan Hannigan, he seems like one of those players that should be carrying a lunch pail to work every day, just a gamer. And you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. Sure, that's a home run over the wall, but I think that's a very catchable ball. I think that could have played a little differently by Jabari Blash. And I'm not getting on him, but that ball was only, what, a half a foot from his glove? The guy's, what, 6'5"? I just think there's a way to go back on the wall, position yourself, and jump and leap and try to snatch it back. Hey, should it have been caught? Probably not, but could it have been caught?
Hannigan with a home run, his first in a Rockies uniform. And I get the pitcher spot here in Kyle Freeland batting.
See how when he ends up at the wall, his back's to the wall. He's got to be at an angle. See how? Oh, you couldn't see it. His back was to the wall. You got to go back at an angle with your throwing arm towards the wall so you can leap and extend. And once again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it should have been caught. I'm saying if properly approached at the wall, probably could have had a chance.
Freeland strikes out. A home run for Hannigan. A 2-0 Rockies lead. Freeland has been outstanding today so far. 4 strikeouts. In fact, they were in a row. One stretch through the 5th and the 6th inning. He's retired 8 in a row, and of course an insurance run here this last inning on the home run by Ryan Hannigan going to left field, and his first game in a Rockies uniform has given the Rockies a 2-0 advantage into the bottom of the 7th inning. And more Kyle Freeland. Why not? He's only thrown 70 pitches through the first 6 innings.
Then why not throw him back out there? He's in complete control.
He's got Myers, Solarte, and Renfroe anticipated here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And look at his line today. No runs, no walks, 4 Ks in 6 innings.
And that home run by Hannigan is a little insurance to where, hey, you throw him out there, and if he cruises, so be it. But I'm sure the Rockies will have guys up and stretching in their bullpen just in case they need some relief.
Freeland trying to better his record to 4-1, coming in at 3-1 with a 2.93 earned run average. Start number 6 of the year for Kyle Freeland. Myers getting his 3rd look at him today. Well, grounded out in the 1st before singling to center field in the 4th inning and stealing second base, but was left at second. The Padres have left only 2 so far today. Haven't had a lot of chances.
Bloop and a blast time. Well, these are the counts you want to do some damage. Perfect part of the lineup to get on the board.
And Myers now ahead in the count, 3-1. Only 2 hits today for the Padres. Myers with his single, Jabari Blash with an infield hit. And here's a ground ball to third base. Arenado backed up on it. It's got the long throw, but it's not a problem as Reynolds able to make the grab on the other side.
You made a good point. Everybody thinks when they look at an infielder, you charge a ball. No, Arenado's got such a good read of the ball off the bat that he backs up and plays the true big hop because he's got the hose to make up for it. He could have backed up 4 steps.
Yeah, charge in, he might be dealing with a half hop.
Exactly.
1 down here in the 7th, and it brings up Yangervis Solarte. 0-for-2. He has put the ball in the air twice, once to center, once to right. On the ground ball out category, 9 of them for Freeland so far today. With the most recent one by Will Myers grounding out to third base.
Of the young talent that this Rockies team has in the rotation, Sensatella and Freeland.
Yep.
I'd like to take Freeland.
Yep.
More command of his pitches.
Good to have them both.
Right, and don't get me wrong. Yeah, Sensatella's got a chance to be a really good starting pitcher at the big league level. I'm just saying as far as he's got the velocity. For him, the command of the fastball needs to be a little bit better. But Freeland, he's got a really good idea how to pitch and what he's doing out there with all of his pitches.
Just his 6th start, trying to get his 4th win. And today has not allowed a run to this point. Solarte laying off a pitch up. Next pitch will be the 80th of the outing for Freeland, who's gone 6 1/3 deep on the day. He's missed up the last 2 with fastballs and a full count now.
Fastball away.
Time called. He'll follow through with a late time call. Plate umpire Clint Fagan granting time, but kind of letting Solarte know he won't do it again that late. Double-barreled action. Oberg and Dunn up in what is a very good Rockies pen. We mentioned a 0.96 earned run average. The last 5 games for that pen, they've been good all year. Dunn just activated from the 10-day DL, was battling some back spasms, and he's warming in the pen. A 1-out walk for Solarte. Breaks up a string of 9 in a row, retired by Freeland. Closed captioning is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. Walk is the first allowed by Freeland on the day.
Well, just as good as a base hit, and you got a guy who's got some pop in his bat in Hunter Renfroe.
Renfroe 0 for 2 today, has popped out to first and grounded out to third. Sun going in and out of the clouds today. Some of the marine layers made its way in here. From left to right over the top of Petco Park. There's a fly ball headed towards the gap in right center field. Gonzalez on the move is not going to get there, and it's off the wall. Solarte racing around from first base. He's going to try and score, and he will. Head first dive into the plate for Solarte. Padres cut the lead in half on the RBI double by Hunter Renfroe. It's now 2-1 Rockies. First walk that Freeland gives up on the day turns into a run very quickly.
That's going the other way with the best of them. In the hole, 0-1. Freeland trying to work away, and this ball actually short hops the fence. Solarte getting dirty with the first run.
He wanted to make sure that he got in. There was no throw, but he went in anyway. Steve Foster, the pitching coach, out there for the first time today. First time that his starters had any issue at all. A walk and a double and a quick run. And you get Ryan Schimpf coming up. I mentioned it coming into this outing for Freeland, going 27 2/3 innings. He'd only given up 1 home run, and it's to the guy coming up here, Ryan Schimpf.
Exactly the situation the Padres want to be in. Only 1 out, and quite frankly, with the way that Freeland has been thrown this afternoon, this is a disruptful inning for the left-hander.
Well, today he has kept Schimpf quiet, getting him to pop out to third and to strike out swinging. Off the backside, no throw, but Renfroe back to the bag at second. Well, let's talk to Hannigan. Well, for Ryan Schimpf, mentioned the home run, one of his 7 on the year was at Coors Field and off of Kyle Freeland.
Looked like it was middle in. Looked like a little cut fastball of some sort. Outfield swung around the other way in the outfield against Schimpf. And I'm guessing that they're going to try to keep it away. They want to give him left field, nothing you can yank out of the ballpark, middle in, unless it's a mistake. I'm even going fastballs up here. Have him lift something to left field.
Whoa, that one almost got away. He's handcuffed Hannigan with that, 2-0. Just kept running away. On the outside corner that time, he just did pick it up. 2-1.
That's paint.
Second baseman DJ LeMahieu, few strides on the outfield grass and in short right. Not a shift, but he is playing very deeply on the right side. And trying to go back out there again, but falling behind 3-1.
Hey, these are situations where pitching coaches and managers look at kids like a Freeland. This is late and close. And this is third time around the lineup. What can he do to get out of this?
Outside, ball 4, and Schimpf has drawn a walk. 2 walks in the inning after none through 6 1/3 innings, and that's going to be the day for Freeland. So Bud Black not waiting around here in what is a 1-run contest. Is done, and Oberg up in the pen. Looks like Oberg's going to be coming in here as the pitching change from Petco Park. Rockies have a 2-1 lead.
Strong point for his team so far this season. He's mentioned the fact that they rebuilt it. Holland done a fantastic job. Ober coming into the game right now. Yes, they took it on the chin against the Nationals, but it's still a bullpen that he has confidence in. They've only blown 1 save all season long. That's a huge turnaround for a bullpen that traditionally has been one of the worst in the National League, both in earned run average and in blown saves over the last 5 seasons. Guys, we'll see if they can hold this save for Buddy today.
Well, he turns it over to these guys here in the 7th inning as Freeland done after 6 1/3, responsible for the 2 men on, and first out of the pen, Scott Oberg into his 14th game.
And for the relief corps of the Rockies, as Bob was talking about, 5th in the National League as we speak, with an ERA just a bit over 4 at 4.03. Hannigan going over the signs with Oberg, his 14th game. Not bad numbers, but the high ERA, so that probably means that the hits that he did give up were big hits.
He's going to be dealing with a pinch hitter in Corey Spangenberg instead of Austin Hedges. So Spangenberg batting with Renfroe at second base, Schimpf at first. And that's strike 1.
Ooh. 97. With good downward angle, too.
And he takes over for Freeland, responsible for Renfroe at second, Schimpf at first. The starter for the Rockies today ended up throwing 88 pitches, 51 for strikes. Foul to the screen, and it's 0-2.
Notice that Oberg sets up. He handles the ball with a changeup grip, and then he'll adjust accordingly in his glove to go along with that 97, 98 mile an hour fastball that he's got. Some pitchers hold the ball in their glove. Some see the changeup grip there, and then he will adjust accordingly in his glove when he goes into the stretch.
Hector Sanchez come out on deck. He would hit for Blash. Hannigan had the chance to work with a lot of the Rockies pitchers during spring training, but for the first time during the regular season as he catches for the first time today. Swing and a miss on a pitch down and in, and Spangenberg strikes out. Big K for Oberg, and that's out number 2 of the 7th inning.
Hey, coming off the bench for Corey Spangenberg and facing 96-97 with a biting slider. There's the 97 on the corner. There's 96 outer half, and then 91 down and in. That's tough.
Bud Black back out there again, and he is going to make another change. Pitching change again. It's 2-1 Rockies. Continue the homestand tomorrow. Kenta Maeda and the Los Angeles Dodgers will be in for the first of 3 in a weekend series. Maeda 2-2 as he's matched up against Jhoulys Chacín, who's pitched great, especially at home. 3-3 going into tomorrow's outing, and of course we'll get you started with Padres Live beginning at 6:30 p.m. right here on Fox Sports San Diego. 2-1, Rockies have the lead. Padres making some noise here though in the last half of the 7th inning. And after getting their first run and chasing the starter from the game, Scott Oberg came in to get one hitter. He's able to strike out Spangenberg, and now Mike Dunn, fresh off the DL, into his 11th game of the year.
What a shot in the arm it is for the Rockies to have this kid back. Great numbers, good stuff from the left side. Bud Black going with matchups, and he wants to face Sanchez from the right side, the switch hitting backup catcher. Back spasms put Dunn on the DL. He is back, and he inherits a couple of runners. This is crunch time for the Padres.
Well, Hector Sanchez pinch hitting here for Blash, who had been 1 for 2 in this spot. And Hector will take ball 1. This had the dramatic 2-run home run last Sunday at AT&T Park in San Francisco. A pinch hit 2-run shot that tied the game, and of course the blown save for Mark Melancon in that game for the Giants, and the Padres would win an extra innings, 12 innings in fact. Sanchez chops one towards LeMahieu. He'll run to second and tag the bag for the force out that ends the inning. So the matchups work for the Rockies. It's 2-1 Rockies.
Are working on Padres Live, the post-game show, which will be brought to you by Cox Communications. This is not necessarily the best place to be if you're the Padres, as good as the Rockies' pen has been.
Yeah, they have a great bullpen, but the Padres have been pretty good against some of the bullpens down the stretch. They're in striking distance, only 2-1 ball game. They got to get something going here in these last couple innings.
Hopefully before you get a chance to see Greg Holland, because Greg Holland has 11 saves, tops in the big leagues. When Tony, I see you in a post-game show, we're going to get you set for the next series. The Dodgers coming to town. That's going to be a big set. Scott Miller, Fox Sports San Diego MLB Insider, is going to join us. We'll have that for you, and you'll hear from Andy Green, so we'll see you after the final out.
All right, Mike and Tony, thanks very much. 2-1. The Rockies have the lead here into the top of the 8th inning, and some changes here for the Padres as Corey Spangenberg stays in the game and takes over in left field, as Hector Sanchez also staying in the game after he pinch hit. He'll be doing the catching as an entirely new battery now. After Ryan Buchter worked the 7th inning, Jose Torres comes in here to begin the 8th.
Well, this is crunch time for Torres. Only 1-run deficit. It is just imperative that he throws up a 0 to give the Padres a chance, couple more chances. 14th game, and the one impressive thing that I have found for Torres is that he's very aggressive going after hitters, and it shows there. The 18 strikeouts in 13 innings, only 1 walk. Good numbers, hitting below 200, both lefties and righties.
He's got a deal here at the top of the order for the Rockies. Charlie Blackmon leading it off. He's hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. Otherwise, he is struck out and grounded out. And DJ LeMahieu, last year's batting champion, and Nolan Arenado expected to bat here in the inning. Kind of yanked that away at 95 miles an hour. So Ryan Buchter went an inning, gave up a hit. A home run to Ryan Hannigan. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 2. And Torres becomes a 3rd arm used today by Andy Green. And just joining us, Luis Perdomo started the game. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, walked 2, struck out 5, and Perdomo for the 2nd straight outing was able to go 6 innings, and he threw 90 pitches today.
I think this is the biggest part of this inning right here, getting Blackmon out. If he gets on, the Rockies can do so much. We know about the hit and run possibility with LeMahieu, the back control of LeMahieu. They can 1st and 3rd him. They can run Blackmon. So many things can happen when he gets on first base.
Takes the strike there, and it's a full count now. We're back outside again. And it's grounded right side. Solarte plays the hop on the backhand and throws out Blackmon. Let's revisit the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Clean up the D, no miscues, no errors, and they've turned 2 double plays this afternoon, the Padres have, and avoid the big inning. Luis Perdomo pitched solidly this afternoon. 6 innings, only 1 run in 6 innings. Very nice.
1 out here in the 8th, and it brings up DJ LeMahieu. And a single back in the 1st inning. Since then has grounded out twice, and it's 3 for 11 in the 3-game series. Torres in the past 4 outings has allowed only 1 hit.
See how far inside Sanchez was set up there, and I think if you're going to miss, that's where you want to miss. Because after Sanchez caught that ball, he kind of shook his head saying, okay, yeah, that's exactly where I wanted you to throw it. Now let's counter with a changeup here. Try to get to 1 and 2.
LeMahieu does have a home run against Torres. It's his only home run of the year, and it was at Coors Field. Opposite field.
That shouldn't count. It was in the first row, opposite field at Coors.
Well, facing him here at Petco Park, day baseball finale of this 3-game series, and a tight one here with the Rockies on top by a run.
They've done a huge shift in the outfield against LeMahieu. We've seen that many times.
And he bloops one to shallow center field. It's going to fall for a base hit. Margot in to play it, but LeMahieu collects his second hit of the day. It's a 1-out single here in the 8th inning.
Margot was way over. You can see him in the right center field gap, and that ball, not off the sweet spot, just dumps into shallow center. Now, even if he's playing a normal center field, maybe he gets to it. We'll never know.
1 out, 1 on. Nolan Arenado now standing in. He struck out, walked in, grounded out. Jumping on that first pitch. Saw a fastball. Tried to hit it, but fouled it back instead. Take strike 2, the high strike. Torres jumping ahead here. You can get Arenado to chase. We'll see if he stays away from him now that he's jumped ahead 0-2.
So many avenues you can go here. Out of the zone with the fastball and the breaking ball. Down by the back foot. Trying to backdoor it, have him chase. Go up and in. He wants this one in the dirt here. Sanchez is tapping the ground.
And a swing and a miss. Struck him out. Big strikeout there of Arenado. The first K for Torres. 2 down here in the 8th inning.
Well, even though Torres misses with location, it works to his benefit, and that's a huge out. First pitch fastball, 94. He's coachable there. He gets that's a legitimate strike. And then the breaking ball up to get Arenado.
So 2 down, LeMahieu at first base, and Carlos Gonzalez the batter. 0 for 2 today, walked in the 3rd inning. Quiet series for Gonzalez, and he'll line one to left. Spangenberg over to his left to make the catch. It ends the inning. To the bottom of the 8th we go at Petco Park. It's 2-1 Rockies. Padres baseball brought to you by Petco, your complete pet store with all the services you need. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealer, invites you to test drive a Lexus today. 2-1, Rockies on top. Padres coming up here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And a new pitcher for the Rockies as they move on to their 4th pitcher of the game. And the bullpen just keeps getting better and better with the relievers they bring in. Adam Ottavino coming into the game.
He wears the number 0, his 13th game. He's been around for quite a while, and once again bridging that gap in close games to Greg Holland, now the closer. Good numbers. Strikeouts, more than innings pitched, very few walks, only 5. Another tough customer following Oberg, Dunn, now Ottavino. That is quite a trifecta right there.
Ottavino out of Northeastern University. Luis Sardinia is pinch hitting out of the 9 spot. Will take a pitch outside for ball 1.
Time to get to the Husky here for the Padres. Base runners.
And the Padres left 2 men on in the 7th inning. The inning they got a run back to split the score in half to make it 2-1. And that run was charged to the starter, Kyle Freeland, at 6 1/3, giving up a run. Oberg at 3rd, Dunn at 3rd, and now Ottavino. And again, missing badly down and in. 3-0. Top of the order, Manuel Margot waiting on deck. And that is ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to begin things here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The last thing Bud Black wanted to see right there.
Very uncharacteristic also, because we just mentioned it. Of the 12+ innings for Ottavino, 15 strikeouts. Now his 6th walk.
Well, Margot 0 for 3 at this point of the game. He's lined out, grounded out twice. All that was against the Rockies starter. And there's ball 1. Right now, the Padres are in the take mode with him sort of all over the place. So he proves he can throw a strike.
This ball nearly gets in and out of the glove of Hannigan. Watch this ball, this high breaking ball, and whoa. Ottavino throws across his body, so there's some deception thrown in there as well. Going from the 3rd base side of that pitcher's plate. Then he'll step even more towards 3rd base, throw across his body.
Two and 0, and 6 straight balls here for Ottavino.
The sweeping breaking ball didn't get the call.
Well, you know, you're not throwing strikes. Sometimes you don't get those.
Yep.
So far, he has not thrown a strike since coming in. There's a strike, and it's 2-1. Back to the gas to get it at 95 miles an hour.
Ooh.
Inside, and Margot able to get out of the way. 3-1.
This is a breaking ball. Slider, and Ottavino just having a real difficult time finding that release point. Now he needs to miss one over the heart of the plate. Maybe Manuel Margot can do some damage.
Ball 4, and he walks him. Some close pitches in there, but back-to-back walks. But Black is headed out here. So back-to-back walks. Well, Congratulations to Fox Sports San Diego. Last night the news that there are 14 Emmy nominations. Congratulations, Mike Pomerantz, on-camera talent program host and moderator, right in the middle of that.
Well, he does such a great job. Whatever he does, everything he touches turns to gold. 15 in all. 15 Emmy nominations.
Two on, nobody out, and Eric Ibar coming up. Padres have not been able to come up with a timely hit yet in this game. 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Already squaring. And he pulls it back. Snap throw to second base, and look out! Back safely. Barely is Sardinez.
Oh, I smelled that one coming. As soon as that ball was let go, it looked like Sardinez was still into a secondary lead. Oh, and then he's heading back. Go to the outside part of the bag, and he just gets, oh, the whiff on the tag. That was close.
Wow, Bud Black thinks he's going to challenge this. And that was close, as they are going to challenge. He's challenging play at second base on the out call, but so far here it's a meeting. Coming over from third is Carlson.
He's got to challenge that, right? I mean, timing's perfect. They got the lead. That's a big out.
They have their challenge, and they didn't lose it because they actually won a challenge earlier in the game.
See if you see the jersey
yeah,
moves.
He's out.
They got him.
Wow.
His jersey moves. Yep. I mean, this is the one right here. No, it's screened by his right leg.
And they have a decision, and he is safe at second base.
Whoa.
Wow. One look we had made it look like he was out. The challenge lost here. It is not overturned. Black is very surprised. Padres fortunate here. Another chance for Eric Ibar with runners at first and second. Nobody out. Hannigan thought he had picked off Sardinez at second base. Ibar pulls it back, and that is ball 2, 2-0. Not the easiest of balls to try to bunt either. Ottavino's all over the place.
10 balls, 1 strike he has thrown.
Ibar taking all the way this time, and he does take a strike. Decided to pull it back, see if he could throw a strike at this point. Walked Sardinez, the pinch hitter. He walked Manny Margot. Now behind Ibar, 2-1. Ibar pulls it back, hits a fly ball to left field. He and Desmond out there in left will make the catch for the first out. So they're bunting in the beginning, but they changed their mind and has him swing away, and it's a fly ball to left, 1 down. Will Myers coming up.
Well, this is the blueprint you want, right, in this situation. You got your horses coming up with runners on base. Got to get that bunt down.
Myers even better with men on base, 367, 5 home runs. On base percentage of 373. And he takes ball 1. A breaking ball from Ottavino.
Does it look like to you that Hannigan's having a little difficulty with the breaking ball from Ottavino? Even that last one, he didn't catch it cleanly.
Well, it's been all over the place, which I think has been part of the problem, and it's not caught him a lot, obviously.
Right.
And again, catching a lot of these guys in spring training, but today is his first game since being called up to catch a lot of these pitchers today for the Rockies.
There's another breaking ball.
That's a strike, and it's 2-1. Myers taking again. He really does throw across his body.
Yes, he does. Big time.
In the dirt, and it gets away. Hannigan couldn't find it initially. Sardinez to third, Margot to second, and now you got 2 in scoring position with 1 out. We said it, bud. Ryan Hannigan having trouble catching Ottavino, and here we go again. This one clanks off him to the left on a ball in the dirt.
Well, there's your bunt getting him over. He recognized the breaking ball in the dirt. He got in the right position. That ball just bounces in the dirt off his glove. Break for the Pods.
Wild pitch charge to Ottavino. Infield in all the way around now for the Rockies. Tying run 90 feet away. Go ahead run at second base. Myers ducking out of the way of ball 4, and down to first base he goes. Third walk of the inning allowed by Ottavino. Black coming out again. Last 2 innings, a lot of visits, a lot of changes, and he will make another unusual outing for Ottavino. Jake McGee will be coming in.
Hey, Padre fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Presented by your San Diego County Toyota dealers. Download the app and take Padres baseball wherever you go.
Well, Jake McGee, the hard-throwing left-hander, coming in here with the bases loaded, 1 out of the 8th inning in a 1-run game.
And here is a left-hander who's used to close and safe situations. In 14 with Tampa Bay. He saved 19 games and 16 last year with the Rockies, 15. He's trying to save it here in this 8th inning. Keep those runners stranded, but the Padres got something going. And you see the numbers, good numbers from the lefty McGee. The former closer.
Now you got a couple of those guys that can close here for you now that Holland is the closer for Bud Black. Ottavino, boy, a tough outing. Threw 18 pitches, 14 for balls. Bases filled with Padres with one out here in the 8th inning. Solarte 0 for 2 with a walk. Big spot here for Solarte. And Jan Hervis fouls the first pitch back. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball for McGee. Lefty-righty splits for Solarte. Dealing with the left-hander right now. And all of his home runs off left-handed pitching.
Hey, a single will be fine just here, right?
Absolutely.
From the right side, almost hitting 300.
14 of his 19 RBIs against left-handed pitching.
A ground ball to the center fielder will be very, very nice here.
Solarte fouls it off down the right field line. His 60 average in Solarte's career with the bases loaded.
Hey, the grand slam is very sexy, right? It'll be very exciting, but the 360 average, like I said, put the ball in play, even a fly ball to the outfield.
Bases loaded for the Padres. An 0-2 pitch coming up. And Solarte jolts it foul again.
Now here's the thing, McGee being ahead 0-2, do you try to maybe throw a breaking ball, knowing that you could throw it in the dirt and everybody moves up and the game is tied? 0-2, do you decide let's go up and out of the zone? Do you leave it over the heart of the plate a little bit to where he can get on top of it and split a gap?
Down and in. Solarte taken there. Another fastball. And started with Sardinez working the walk against Ottavino. Margot walked. Ibar flied out to left field for the only out of this inning. And Will Myers walked. Ottavino walking 3. 18 pitches, 14 of which were balls. He leaves. McGee checks in, and Solarte down to the count here, 1-2. And Hannigan going back and forth here with McGee, and Hannigan requested time. Solarte to right field. Down the line, Gonzalez headed over towards foul ground, and he won't have a play. Just out of his reach, it lands harmlessly in foul ground. At first, it looked like Gonzalez was going to be able to get there and make that catch, and all eyes would shift to Sardinez at third base, who would have been tagging up. And a foul ball. A little bit tough for him to stop his progress, turn and fire plateward.
Well, like you said, if he dives and catches that ball, you tag up your score. We got a tie ball game.
Another chance here for Solarte. Solarte will hit a soft liner, one hopper to short, to second for one, on to first. It is late, and the Padres tie the score. In the back door from third comes Sardinez. Slow, soft line drive to the shortstop Amarista. By the time he grabs it, he tries to start the double play. It's late at first base, and the Padres have tied it up here in the last of the 8th inning.
You know, as I look at this play, I'm wondering why. Why don't you charge it to get the sure out? You're just buying time letting that ball drop. If you charge it and catch it on the line, it's a sure out, right? Now, secondly, the runner's holding. Why not go to the force of the plate? It's a force play. And I'm just looking at different scenarios here. I mean, you got to make a split decision on a hard hit ball, a soft hit ball.
First and third, 2 down, and Renfroe with a chance here to put the Padres on top.
Plus, you've got your momentum coming into the play if you want to try to catch that on the short hop and force it home.
Well, Marista backing off, thinking perhaps with the running speed of his former teammate Solarte, he turned 2. 1-0 pitch is in the air. Shallow right as LeMahieu, the second baseman, over to make the catch. That will end this inning, but the game is now tied. Padres tied up in the 8th, 2-2. Padres able to get a run in the bottom of the 8th inning. Time now for the Bill Howe play of the game. And it was this one hopper to shortstop. Solarte able to beat it out at first base, and the game is now tied. Sardinia is coming in from third base. Solarte beating it on down the line to beat that out, and this game tied 2-2 to the 9th. Brandon Maurer into the game for the Padres.
So the save is out the window. The Padres can win in walk-off style in their bottom half of the 9th. Enter Maurer Power. Great numbers for the hard-thrown right-hander. Only 1 free pass and 16 strikeouts. That's a pretty good ratio for Brandon.
It is a double switch, and pitch on the way here is in there for strike 1 to Ian Desmond. So the pitcher spot is now 4th in the Padres order, with Solarte coming out of the game at second base. Sardinia is your pinch hit in the 8th inning, now batting out of the 9th spot. And Maurer jumping ahead here, 0-2. Desmond with 2 hits on the day, infield hit and a single to center field. Swing and a miss, and Maurer makes quick work of Desmond for the first out of the 9th inning. So first strikeout for Maurer. Now Maurer coming into the game on Tuesday night against these Rockies and able to strike out the side in succession.
He had the fastball working, the slider snapping, some bad looking swings. 6-2 victory for the San Diego 9.
1 out in the 9th, and it brings up Mark Reynolds. 1-for-3, a single back in the 2nd inning for Reynolds. Fouling one off to the right out of play. Healthy diet of fastballs from Brandon Maurer. 1 for 9 with 4 Ks. That's Maurer in his career. And down 0-2. 98 that time. Unsaved situation here for Maurer, pitching in a tie game at home in the 9th inning. Trying to keep this a tie game to the bottom of the 9th. Liner towards left center. That's going to get in for a base hit. And the no doubles defense very deep in the outfield. So Spangenberg gets it back in quickly, and Reynolds aboard with 1 out here in the 9th inning.
Tried to bury the fastball down and away, and it just leaks. Middle in. Got that one down by the label a little bit.
One out, one on, and Alexi Amarista. And another start at shortstop here for Bud Black. 1 for 3 on the day, and drove in a run with that single back in the 2nd inning. And save opportunities, and again, this is not. Maurer converting 17 of the last 19 since July 1st of last year. Nearly a strikeout an inning for him. 41 strikeouts in 43 innings. Top of the 9th inning, 1 down. Mark Reynolds at first base. And a fast runner held on by Myers over there at first. There he goes. Amarista swings. It's a ground ball to second. They'll go to second for 1. On to first for 2. The double play wraps up the top of the 9th inning. Grounded into by Amarista. Padres coming up with a chance to win it. Got a walk-off win against the Arizona Diamondbacks here at Petco Park. It's out of flair for the dramatic as Ryan Schimpf, who will lead it off here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And maybe we'll have some magic here today. Tied 2-2 to the bottom of the 9th. We'll be dealing with Jake McGee, the hard-throwing left-hander, who finished last inning for Bud Black, getting the final 2 outs of the inning, and back out there to start the 9th inning in this tie game. Another change for the Rockies. They get a new shortstop, Trevor Story, into the game. Alexi Amarista, who just grounded into that double play. The third turn today by the Padres defensively. And Story, who started shortstop game 1, he is there. And Amarista moving from shortstop to right field. Carlos Gonzalez coming out of the game. Ryan Schimpf to lead it off here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Swing and a miss for strike one. He was thinking fastball, got one, and couldn't catch up. He has popped out to third, struck out swinging, and walked on the day. 1 for 9 in the series is Ryan Schimpf. Well, 15 saves a year ago for McGee when he was closing games for the Rockies. He's used to tight games. Try to get Schimpf to chase, would not away. 1-2.
Looks like 3 fastballs right out of the get-go, and he's giving them left field. Outfield swung that way. Yeah, we know Schimpf. He's got pull power to the gap and to right field, but pitch him away. Rockies hoping for the fly ball if put in the air to left field.
Swing and a miss, and Schimpf strikes out for the first out of the 9th.
You just challenged him with fastballs. Kept him away.
So 1 down here in the 9th inning, and it brings up Corey Spangenberg, getting his 2nd plate appearance of the game. Struck out swinging in the 7th. Spangenberg lifts it foul off to the left, out of play.
Well, if you're looking at scorecard management for the Rockies, Trevor Story's the first guy that they've used off the bench. They still have Parra from the left side, Valaika from the right, and Garneau. For the Padres, Luis Torrens is the only bench player left.
Spangenberg without a home run so far this year. Away, and it's 2-1. He came into the game to pinch hit in the 7th inning. Against Scott Oberg, who struck him out. He, the 4th reliever used here by Bud Black in relief of Kyle Freeland. Spangenberg shoots it foul down the left field line, out of play.
Everything's been away from McGee. Schimpf, fastballs away. Spangenberg, fastballs away.
Deuces are wild on the scoreboard and left. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Game tied up 2-2. Spangenberg again protecting the plate and fouling it off to the left. That's now with Hector Sanchez waiting on deck.
You know, if he keeps pounding him away, I can see something in between the pillow and Arenado at third base. He is well off the line at third. If he's going to keep pumping fastballs away, oh, now he wants to go in here.
Spangenberg sends this one to left center field. That's going to get in for a hit. Blackman over to cover it. Spangenberg the wide turn, but he'll hold on with a 1-out base hit for Corey Spangenberg. Just taking it the other way into left center.
Well, after going away, Corey Spangenberg says, hey, get out of my kitchen there. I'll fight it off. Foot is down, hands are back. Gets the bat through nicely, and a little 8-iron in the shallow left center field.
Now Hector Sanchez. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 7th inning when he pinch hit. 4 career walk-offs for Sanchez. Soft toss over, and Spangenberg back to the bag. Spangenberg's speed, you try to get him here into scoring position on a stolen base?
Absolutely. I think so. If you get a jump, I mean, the left-hander out there, you're going to be going on the first move.
Sanchez got jammed and pops it up foul, backing out of play. Now Hector Sanchez with a 2-run home run, pinch hit style off the bench for the Padres on Sunday, and Mark Melancon tied up the game, and the Padres would win it in 12. This soft toss over, that's not the good move from McGee. Just a show me move right there. Schimpf struck out to begin the inning. Spangenberg with a single to left center. Represents the winning run at first base, held on over there by Mark Reynolds. And the lead larger than ever now. Sanchez fouls that one back, and the bat goes flying into the stands. Right in behind the Rockies dugout. Unfortunately, catching a fan in that second row right behind the Rockies dugout with the bat. And Sanchez looking over in that direction.
You can see he's rattled.
Being attended to right now as Sanchez tries to gather his thoughts, and the back of the batter's box here, not easy.
Tell you gotta get screens up.
Beyond the dugouts.
Absolutely, I'm a big fan. It's gotta happen.
Both teams kind of looking on to the situation. The bat coming out of the hands of Hector Sanchez on the swing. Bat landed about 2 rows deep in behind the Rockies dugout. And a fan struck there, and they are attending to him here right now. Trying to figure out right now which would be the quickest way to get the fan to medical attention here, and they're kind of pointing down towards the Rockies dugout. Maybe the quickest way. A lot of baseballs head in that direction. This time the bat traveled a very long distance from the home plate area all the way back behind that dugout for the Rockies.
You know, when we were in Atlanta, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The new ballpark there, that's one of the first things we noticed was that screens extended all the way down past the dugouts for batting practice. And then I believe during the game then it was towards the end of the dugout, correct?
Yes, all the way to the end. I think it should be everywhere. A bat for that fan and a baseball as well. And Sanchez getting ready to fly back in the box here again. And a bat flying into the crowd here, about 2 rows deep in behind the Rockies dugout, out of the hands of Hector Sanchez on a swing, and the bat hitting a fan who's receiving medical attention right now. And Sanchez, ever since that bat left his hands, have been peering in that direction. The game has come to a halt here at Petco Park in San Diego as they attend to that fan. And they'll be trying to move the fan to get some more attention here as quickly as they can, and it does look like the best route will be around towards the dugout area. It's kind of hard to get there from where they're at without having to go all the way back up the lower bowl here to the concourse. Several medicals are on the scene right now, and they have been very, very quickly. We will step aside for the moment and come back to Petco Park after this. Quiet scene here for now, the better part of about 7 minutes here. A swing by Hector Sanchez, and the bat goes into the crowd about 2 rows deep behind the Rockies dugout and hits a fan who they have been attending to ever since. And Sanchez devastated right away, as you can tell. And he has been rattled ever since, looking over in that direction as the medics continue to work on that fan. And we've seen too much of this, unfortunately.
We have. And you know, it's just we understand that she just cannot be moved right now, so it just the closer you get to the diamond, the game speeds up. Foul balls, bats into the stands, and it's just some people just don't have the reaction time.
More baseballs more often than not, but bats also. And in this case, it is a bat that does the damage. Game has come to a halt. A lot of the Rockies are on the top step of their dugout looking back in that direction. We will take another break and return after this. by a bat that went into the crowd out of the hands of Hector Sanchez, who has never taken his eyes off the situation at any time since he lost the handle of his bat into the crowd in behind the Rockies dugout that had struck a fan, and has been in that pose ever since as the medics continue to work on the fan and they're preparing to move the fan. As this game has come to a complete halt with one out here in the ninth inning, runner at first for the Padres, and it's certainly very secondary to everything that's going on here right now.
You know, Don, sometimes I think we have a tendency to forget that ball players are human beings as well, and this is a testament to that. I mean, we know Hector Sanchez. Guy's got a heart of gold. He's a sweet guy, and you know we see it many times when a foul ball goes in the stand, how players react, and this is not his concern. He, like you said, he has not taken his attention away from that lady above the dugout since it happened.
And now it appears they are going to move the fan. Walking on our own power is certainly a very good sign. So Sanchez, if he can, will try to refocus here somehow to get back in the batter's box.
I think having her walk off with a little bit of help on her own power really goes a long way for Hector Sanchez and everybody else.
Jake McGee, the pitcher, did throw some warm-up tosses during the delay, and now he'll go back to work with a count of 0-2 to Hector Sanchez. Corey Spangenberg at first base, held on over there by Mark Reynolds. Potential winning run at first with one down, and a check on him again. Sanchez fouls it back. Well, the play was halted here for 13 minutes. Well, all looked on in behind the Rockies dugout. Sanchez will pop it up, run around the bag at first. Reynolds steps into foul ground and makes the catch for the second out here of this ninth inning. So 2 down in the ninth. And that'll bring up Luis Sardinia. Luis walked and scored in the 8th inning as he pinch hit in the 8th. The tying run that made it 2-2 we're at right now.
Oh, looking at the outfield for the Rockies, Amarista and right. He's I'm not going to say he's shallow, but the other outfielders seem they're a little bit on the deeper side. So that's telling me that McGee's going to try to pound Sardinius inside. If he gets something away and he can get something over the second baseman's head or down the right field line, that's a run with Corey Spangenberg at first base.
Big swing there. Sardinia swinging for the fences.
Four-seamer right down the middle. Ooh, you bet.
Ooh. Almost fell down. He swung so hard.
Yeah. Rolled his right ankle.
Sardinez will flip one back at first and in foul ground. It'll land harmlessly by the seats, and it evens at 2-2. Shemp struck out to begin the inning. A base hit by Spangenberg to left center field. Sanchez fouls out to the first baseman Mark Reynolds. 2 down, a runner at first. And Luis Sardinez batting here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
How about a broken bat flare over first base? McGee, it looks like he's just trying to go in.
Sardinez down the left field line. That ball is going to be a foul ball. So close and so little foul ground down that left field line, but he finds it. That would have been real trouble down there in the corner too. Padres could have won the game on that.
Well, spinning on the fastball. Out in front of it a little bit too quickly.
So another chance here. 2-2 the count. 2 down in the 9th. He's had to throw 27 pitches in relief. Time called. Sardinez backed out as McGee been holding the baseball a very long time. Corey Spangenberg gets his lead at first base, held on by Mark Reynolds. Sardinez will get a base hit into left field. Spangenberg stops at second base as Desmond gets it back in. But Sardinez with a 2-out single. Potential winning run in scoring position now for the Padres in the 9th.
It's a heck of an at-bat. The kid battled. McGee continuing to pound fastballs into Sardinez. He was flirting with the left field line. Foul. Now he pulls this one through the 5.5 hole. And rolls the lineup over to Manuel Margot.
Well, Hannigan out to talk to McGee. Margot does not have a hit in the game. 0 for 3 with a walk for Manuel Margot. Spangenberg at second base representing the winning run with 2 outs here in the 9th. Ball 1. Well, McGee used to coming in some high leverage situations, but I'm sure he's not used to coming in and throwing 30 pitches in an inning. This will be pitch number 30 for the left-hander. Swing and a miss, and Margot with a healthy hack at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
He's got a good feel for that inner part of the plate. Maybe a ball and a half in. That's exactly what he did to Sardinez.
Down and in. Good plate discipline right here for Margot, and it's 2-1. Padres with a chance to walk it off and win this series against the Rockies. Inside, 3-1. Margot, a young hitter, but he's a guy that is very patient. McGee stares in to find out what he'll throw. Winning run at second and Spangenberg. The 3-1 is ball 4 and the bases are loaded.
Hey, this is a close take. This is a close pitch. Does he get it? Top of the picture frame there at 97. We've seen that call today being called a strike. Not the case for Manuel Margot here in the ninth.
So the base is loaded. Winning run 90 feet away at third base, and Corey Spangenberg. And it's the veteran shortstop Eric Ibar coming up here for the Padres. Foster, the pitching coach, out to talk to McGee briefly. 3 career walk-offs for Eric Ibar. The last 2013. The Angels against the Cardinals with an RBI single.
And just checking, Jake McGee has no wild pitches this year. Have to be aware of the breaking ball in the dirt if you're Corey Spangenberg.
Ibar takes strike 1. The shadows have just now crept up to the home plate area. The mound in the sunshine, as is the outfield.
Good pitch.
Ibar chops it foul and finds himself down 0-2. Corey Spangenberg at third base, representing the winning run. The 0-2 pitch. Ibar lifts it in the air to shallow center field. LeMahieu, now the center fielder Blackman will make the catch out there that ends the inning. We are headed for bonus baseball from Petco, tied 2-2. Top half of the 10th inning as the Padres just left them loaded in the bottom of the 9th inning. And the Rockies coming up here to face a new pitcher, Brad Hand.
Brad Hand has been straight money for this Padre team. His 14th game. And digest those numbers for a second. Let it soak in. He's having one heck of a first month of the season. 95 fastball, the biting slider.
Opponent's 0 for 26 against his slider. As a pitch missing, down and in for ball one.
Nothing better than a quick inning to get the Padres back in the dugout and get offensive against the Rockies. And Brad Hand is just your guy.
And there for a strike, and it's 2-1. Was a slider 44% of the time.
And he can locate it for strikes and for balls. 2 strikes out of the zone on purpose.
And a base hit into left field offhand. Oh, quite a debut for Ryan Hannigan for the Rockies. He homered in the 7th inning. Now a base hit to begin things here in the 10th inning.
Inner half, and Hannigan spins on this one.
So lead runner on here for the Rockies in the 10th inning. He's Pat Valleca. Came off the bench last night, coming off the bench today. Padres at double play depth already squaring is Valleca. And a pop up that's caught by Myers in foul ground. Nice job by Will Myers, who was charging in. Valleca cannot get the sacrifice bunt down. He's out number 1 of the 10th inning.
Huge break for San Diego. You see the barrel of the bat working underneath, and we know Will Myers. He'll charge with the best of them. He is not afraid to charge. And then on the dime, turn to his left to snatch it for the out.
So 1 out, runner at first base. Top of the order, Charlie Blackmon now. 0 for 3. Hit by a pitch back in the 3rd inning. 2 for 9 in his career against Brad Hand. Fouled off to the left, out of play. Brendan Bauer, incidentally, worked the 9th inning, going an inning, giving up a hit. No runs, no walks, and a strikeout for Bauer. I've called out very late and stopped his delivery. Leadoff single by Ryan Hannigan here in the 10th. In the air, foul off to the left, 0-2. So impressive what Hand has been able to do this year. The 82 appearances last year, most far and away that he's ever had in his career. That led the majors with the 82 appearances last year. His first year in a Padres uniform.
And they are not taking good hacks off of Hand.
Strike 3 call. Blackmon frozen. That's the first strikeout for Brad Hand. 2 down.
You know, when you've got the breaking ball in the back of your mind, yeah, that fastball will freeze you. And that's a perfect way to describe it, Don. Frozen pizza right on the outside corner. actually outer third.
DJ LeMahieu coming up here, 2 for 4 in the game. Couple of hits, both singles, one to right, one to center. Luis Perdomo started this game with 6 innings, giving 5 hits, 1 run. Walked 2, struck out 5. Buchter went an inning, giving up a run. Jose Torres, scoreless inning. Brandon Maurer, scoreless inning. And now Brad Hand. Falling behind 2-0. LeMahieu hits it on the ground to second. Sardinez to second for the out that ends the 10th inning. We head for the bottom of the 10th. 2-2 game. Myers coming up here for the Padres in the bottom of the 10th inning. Of course, he broke the tie in San Francisco this past Sunday with a 3-run blast into the bleachers in left field, and the Padres will go on to beat the Giants in San Fran. We'll see if he's got it in him again here in extra frames in the 10th inning this time. It was the 12th inning on Sunday. And the Rockies here in a tie ball game. Chad Qualls, the veteran, pitched in last night's game, appearing in his 4th game of the year.
Back-to-back for Qualls. He's had one heck of a career. Into his 13th big league season. He's known for the heavy sinker. He'll throw a slider as well. 829th appearance we're looking at right now for Chad Qualls in his big league career. 44th all time among relievers.
Well, Jake McGee ended up going an inning in 2/3 as it turned out. Gave up a couple of hits, no runs. Walking a K, worked pretty hard, and of course got out of the bases loaded jam in the 9th inning. Padres could not score. Well, Myers 1 for 1 with a solo home run against Chad Qualls. Myers dropping a bunt down the third base line. Arenado throws on the run, and it's thrown away. Myers will stay at first base.
Get back.
As he had to get back because he made that turn towards second, which he would be out if he didn't get back. And he did. So a bunt. Well, that's quite surprising for Will Myers to begin the inning.
Surprised me. I mean, I want to see Will Myers poke one out of the ballpark, possibly.
Yeah, you're almost doing them kind of a favor to have Will Myers bunt.
Totally agree. I mean, he's your guy, right?
He is aboard here, though, to begin things in the 10th inning. And you got the pitcher coming up here in Brad Hand.
That's when he's a hot potato right there, Don. You made the good point of once you make that commitment to second base, you are live, you are hot. You get the ball back quickly and tag you, you are out.
And hitting for himself in the pitcher's spot and showing bunt, pulling it back. Of course, you don't see relievers hit for themselves very often. 7th season, 071 at the plate for Brad Hand. Just trying to get this bunt down and get Myers into scoring position. Easier said than done sometimes. Fouls it off.
Especially against the sinker baller like Chad Qualls.
On a strike here to Brad Hand. Trying to get the bunt down, already squaring. Throw to first and Myers back.
See how far up in the box Brad Hand is standing?
Yes.
His front foot is almost near the front of the chalk line towards the pitcher's mound. He is way up there.
And he gets it down.
Nice.
Hannigan will go to first, and nice job by Brad Hand. 2-4 on the sacrifice that gets Myers into scoring position.
Nice going, Brad Hand. He'll be getting high fives all over that Padre dugout. Getting that runner into scoring position. Deadens the ball perfectly. Everybody is off and running. Perfectly executed.
So now Hunter Renfroe coming up here. Padres have the winning run in scoring position again. They have had their chances here late in this one. Renfroe lifts a fly ball to left field. Back goes Desmond. Has room. Now comes in to make the catch for the second out. The Padres leaving a base runner at third in the 8th inning. They left the bases loaded in the 9th. They have Myers at second base with 2 outs in the 10th. Ryan Schimpf coming up. He has popped out at third, struck out, walked, and struck out again. Outside for ball 1. Schimpf with 7 home runs on the year. Fouls it back, and it's even at 1-1. Walls marks the 5th reliever used by Bud Black in this game. And was started very well by Kyle Freeland. Will not be part of the decision here today. Down and in, 2-1.
See where this pitch is over the zone. That's a strike. But Hannigan set up a way. He had to go all the way across to try to catch it.
Just outside. Hannigan tried to frame it there. So the good hitters count here for Ryan Schimpf, 3-1. Ball 4, and Schimpf headed down to first base. His second walk of the day. be up to Corey Spangenberg now. There's Hannigan out to talk to Qualls. One single by Will Myers got the 10th inning started. Sacrifice bunt by Brad Hand. Gets him to second base. Renfroe flied out to left. A walk for Schimpf. Winning run potentially for the Padres at second base here in the 10th inning.
Spangenberg in the 9th. He fought off a Jake McGee fastball in. Let's see if Qualls tries to go sinkers away here. He singled back in the 9th.
Swinging a foul tip at the dish. Spangenberg coming into the game in the 7th, struck out swinging in the 7th before that single in the 9th. Strike 2.
Two-seam fastball.
Trying to get him to chase something down. He didn't. Two down here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Will Myers at second base. Padres trying to win it and win the series. Spangenberg hits a fly ball to center field. Blackman going back. He will get there to make the catch in front of the warning track, and the Padres strand 2 more. To the 11th we go.
Real arm. So their bullpen's all right. Those 3 lefties are legit. Mauer, who I had, has got a big arm, good fastball, good slider, closer stuff. He's a real guy. So we got to try to stay out of their bullpen.
Buddy Black very impressed with this Padres bullpen when he saw them back in Colorado. He wanted to try to stay out of the bullpen. So far today, the Padres pen, 4 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts, 1 run allowed. Brad Hand out for his 2nd inning of work. And guys, remember, there's 3 righties left in the pen after Brad Hand. You have Stammen, Diaz, and Yates. Stammen and Yates pitched yesterday. Stammen 3 innings, Yates 2, so it might be Diaz next. Hopefully it won't be necessary. Guys?
All right, thanks very much, Scan. As Nolan Arenado's got good numbers against Hand, 3 for 5. Will take a ball, and the count evens at 1-1. And into his 2nd inning of relief. Of course, hit for himself, got the bunt down, and Back out there again. 13 pitches so far. Arenado, Gonzalez, and Desmond. Pitch swung on by Arenado and a pop-up back to second base. Sardinez kind of staggers and makes the catch in short right. First out here of the 11th inning. Brings up Trevor Story. His first plate appearance after taking over at shortstop. Started the first game of the series. And yesterday off, back in there again today, coming off the bench. 6 home runs, 13 RBIs for Trevor Story.
Yeah, Don, just looking at the schedule for the Padres, and you know, when you go extra innings and you start using relievers a lot, and Bob mentioned Stammen and Yates worked 3 and 2 innings yesterday. The next off day for the Padres is until the 22nd of May. So I guess my point is when relievers, you know, if your starter doesn't go deep the next day, and then you need to dip into the bullpen again, you start accumulating innings back to back to back days. And that can be a little rough on the hose for the relievers down there.
Swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. There's Trevor Story last year, 27 home runs, 72 runs batted in. That's 6 home runs in the first 4 games last year. Story out of Irving, Texas.
He's got to be a Cowboy fan.
You would think growing up in Irving he would be. And there's ball 4. Hand loses him with 1 out here in the 11th inning. So Rockies have a base runner. First walk allowed by Hand. We'll bring up Ian Desmond. Line foul off to the right, out of play. Desmond with a single in the second, a single in the 6th, a 2-for-4 day. And his second start in left field for Bud Black and the Rockies. Hand falling behind, 2-1. A little different approach here against Hand in the inning. A little more patient here for the Rockies hitters in the 11th. Desmond now, Reynolds waiting on deck with the Rockies batting here in the top half of the 11th inning.
Got to hit something on the ground here, down in the zone.
Chopped up the middle, ranging the shortstop Ibar to second for 1 on to first for no. He beats it out at first base. Ian Desmond getting down the line. They do get the out. The lead runner at second base.
It's a good pitch by Brad Hand, and the hitter's count being 2-1. Working down, and sometimes when you make that pitch, you got the big hops, right? You got the Super Ball bounces, and Sardinez hangs in there and just beats it out on the back end.
Andy Green waiting to see here if he wants to challenge it or not. He does not. So 2 down, Desmond at first, and it brings up Mark Reynolds. 8 home runs on the year for Reynolds. It's 3 for 8 in his career against Brad Hand. And he sends one out to center field. Margot is going to have that one fall in front of him and get it back in quickly into center field. Playing very deep out there in center. And Reynolds with a base hit to center field. And now Desmond in scoring position with 2 down.
He actually got in on him a little bit on that pitch. But like you said, Don, playing deep with that little flare out there, station to station baseball this inning for the Rocks.
Alexi Amarista coming up. Started this game at shortstop, has since moved to right field. And he takes a breaking ball for strike 1.
Good breaking ball. This actually straightens up Amarista. Whoa, knee buckler.
Carves it foul to the screen and still throwing hard, 95 miles an hour. Jumps ahead here 0-2. Ball to dirt. Did he go? No, says third base umpire Mark Carlson. So another chance here for Amarista.
I'll bet you he went. Oh my gosh, if he hits it, it's a double. He most definitely went. Didn't he?
I thought he did go, yeah. Another chance, though, for Amarista. 2 down in the 11th inning. Desmond with that lead at second base. And time called. And Hand drops the baseball, but time was out. Amarista, kind of a late swing there, but able to get a piece of it, stay alive. Walking lead at second base for Ian Desmond. Mark Reynolds at first, 2 down in the 11th. That is fouled off. Amarista with a good at bat, fouling off another one.
Hey, infielders getting dirty here. Diving, anything to your right, left to prevent that ball from getting to the outfield. That go-ahead run on second base, you want him in the event of a batted ball, keep it on the infield and keep him at third base.
Amarista gets a piece, stays alive. Barely got a piece. Lunging after that, and 7th pitch of the at bat is coming up here in this battle between Hand and Amarista. Two were teammates a year ago here in San Diego. Now they go head to head in the 11th inning with the game in the balance. Ball 2, 2-2. And up over 30 pitches now, 31 in his outing. St. Buchter, Torres, Maurer, now Hand out of the pen after 6 strong innings from Luis Perdomo today, who gave up just the 1 run in 6 innings. Ball 3, full count, and now the runners can get a start with 2 outs in the inning.
Well, how close was it? Brad Hand trying to pepper that outside corner to Amarista, and clearly off the plate.
Sardinias, Ibar coming in, Sanchez to talk here to Brad Hand. We're 2 down, runners at first and second, and again they can get a jump here with a full count. Quite an at bat for Amarista. Outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the Rockies. So the second walk given up by Hand, and got ahead of Amarista, but Amarista fouled some off, took some, and ends up working a walk. It's a 9-pitch at bat for Alexi Amarista. Now Hannigan able to hit a home run off Ryan Buchter earlier in the game. In the 7th inning. Gave him a 2-0 advantage at the time. Padres coming back to tie it up with a run on the bottom of the 7th, run on the bottom of the 8th, and here we are in the 11th inning. And again with a grand slam in his career, and today the first day spent as a Rocky. Take strike 1 to the breaking ball for Hand.
Very good breaking ball from Brad.
Down and in. Ball and a strike. Bases filled with Rockies here. 2 down in the inning. A couple of walks in the inning for Hand, trying to work his way around it. Hannigan hits one on the ground towards short. Ibar will flip to second, but it gets away. 1 run is in, and the Rockies have taken the lead. Ibar went to the backhand. His flip was off the mark at second base to Sardinias, and a run scores to give the Rockies a 3-2 lead here in the 11th inning. It's going to be a base hit and an RBI, and what a debut today, as it turns out, for Ryan Hannigan.
And after looking at this play, I don't think there's anything else that Eric Ibar could have done. That ball just happened to be hitting the perfect spot off the bat of Hannigan. And, you know, 2 outs, the runners are going on that. So you can see the base runner at second base. Amarista, he got there very quickly.
A pinch hitter coming up here with the bases loaded as the Rockies now look to obtain some insurance. It's Gerardo Parra. This is pretty frustrating today for the Padres. They left runners at first and third in the 8th. Left the bases loaded in the 9th. Potential winning run 90 feet away. Left runners at first and second in the 10th, and now they trail in the 11th. '25th game that Parra has been in, and he asked for time. A lot of pitches for Brad Hand today, 37 so far. And you think of the 9-pitch battle that he had with Amarista.
Heavy workload for the left-hander.
Fly ball, left field. Spangenberg is going to come in to make the catch that ends the inning, but the damage done. Rockies take a 3-2 lead. Floated in the ninth inning, and Ibar could not get it done. Charlie Blackmon coming in to make the catch, and then Corey Spangenberg in the 10th with runners at first and second. And again, Blackmon back there to make the catch. Padres with opportunities. 9th and 10th, and now here they are in the 11th, trailing by a run. The Padres have their work cut out for them as well as the closer into the game here for the Rockies. Which makes it even harder. He has been spectacular with his new club, the Rockies, and Greg Holland in to face the Padres here in the 11th inning.
You know, you can talk about acquisitions, whether it's offensively. If you acquire a hitter that can hit 300, hit you tons of home runs, a guy with a great glove, but hey, when you get a closer like Greg Holland, that makes the Rockies so much better. In the arms we mentioned, bridging the gap to Greg Holland. Always working from the stretch.
Hector Sanchez leading it off here in the 11th inning. They shift on him, and he shows bunt, but takes the ball down low. Sanchez 0 for 2. He's reached on a fielder's choice, fouled out to the first baseman. Greg Holland with 11 saves so far in the year. Chance here for his 12th of the season. And a liner foul back into the seats. In there for a strike, and it's 1-2.
Too many times this afternoon that opportunity was knocking, and nobody answered the door. You mentioned, especially late in this game for the Padres.
They leave 2 on in the 7th, 2 on in the 8th, bases loaded in the 9th, 2 on in the 10th. That is 9 men in the last 4 innings they left on base. Sanchez swings and misses. Hannigan's got a pick and throw, and he does in time to get him at first base. Speaking of Hannigan, it's time now for the star of the game, brought to you by Carl's Jr. First home run in a Rockies uniform, and his first game in a Rockies uniform. A home run, and then a base hit with the bases loaded in the top half of the 11th inning, which right now is the difference in the game. So quite a day for Ryan Hannigan. In spring training with the Rockies, sent down to AAA to begin the year. Guy who spent the last couple of years in the American League and in Boston. Here's Luis Sardinez with one out in the 11th inning. In there for strike one. Ryan Hannigan was a Padre during an offseason for about 24 hours.
Yeah.
As he was traded away for Will Middlebrooks the year before last to the Red Sox.
It's going to be one of the quickest turnarounds.
Yes. Now, a member of the Rockies and doing some damage today. Fly ball left field. Moving over is Desmond. And he'll take care of out number 2 of the 11th inning. So Sardinez retired, and that'll bring up Manuel Margot. With a couple of walks late in the game, one in the 8th, one in the 9th. 0 for 3 day today. As the Padres are down to their last out here in the 11th inning. Little check swing dribbler down the third baseline. Holland is on it. His throw is not going to be in time. And very lucky that Reynolds got that ball. That one sent it down the right field line as Holland threw a seed to first base. And Margot has got himself an infield hit.
An excuse me swing, almost as if it's a perfect bunt down that third base line. And Holland, hey, he was quick to that baseball. The bare hand grab, plant that back foot. And sometimes, yeah, you have to come off the bag to prevent that ball from going down the line.
Now it is Eric Ibar's chance. Tying run at first base. Ibar 0 for 5 on the day. Holland aware of the speed that Manuel Margot has at first base. Just outside. Last save for Holland was on Saturday at Arizona. So held opponents hitless in 8 of his 12 appearances, giving up a hit here in the 11th inning to Margot. Outside again, 2-0. Two outs in the 11th inning with Margot. The short lead at first base and Holland working from the stretch. That's a strike over the inside corner. Ibar didn't think so, and he twists out of the box.
That was the pitch that Ibar hit for the home run against Greinke. Remember the slider down and in?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this pitch here. It's the same pitch.
Three and one. Holland had 47 saves 2 years ago for the Royals, and 46 and 32. His 3-1 pitch coming up here to Eric Ibar. In the air foul and a full count now. 93 on the fastball from Holland. So Margot can now get a start at first base. Reynolds will not hold him on. Holland trying to pick up his 12th save of the year. There's Margot. He can get a jump here with a full count, 2 down here in the 11th inning. The payoff pitch. Ibar strikes out, and the Rockies win in 11 innings. Well, the Padres with some very good opportunities late, but unfortunately it is the Rockies who win it 3-2 in 11 and win the series. What's in store, Mike Pomeranz?
Don, with Tony IC on the postgame show, we're going to hear from Andy Green about those missed opportunities, how he hopes to clean all that up before the Dodgers come into town.